Okay, I see that it's 5 o'clock, so I think I'm going to get things rolling. I know there's going to be a lot of discussing tonight, so we'll see what happens. Okay, I see that it's 5 o'clock. So somebody needs to mute. They've got their YouTube on, and I'm getting feedback. It's good now. Okay, thanks, whoever that was. Okay, folks, let me see. I got to get my cheat sheet here. Give me a sec.
That's
Hey, it looks like you're back home.
I am back home. Yeah. Hey, you joined us. Excellent. Back home and glad to be here.
It's always nice.
2.5 weeks is a long time to be away. Okay, folks, I'm going to start this meeting off. This is a meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. My name is Ray Pohl. I'm the chairman of the Historic District Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on tonight's agenda are present and can hear me. First, members, when I call your names, if you can respond in the affirmative. Diane Coombs.
yes, here.
All right,
here.
Diane, thank you. Val Oliver.
Here.
Very good. Abby Camp.
Here.
Great. Jesse Dutra.
Here.
Hello, Jesse. Carrie Thornwell.
Here.
Ah, Jesse, I love your protege there.
Yes, he's a hard worker.
Seriously. That's a great picture. Okay, thanks. And staff, when I call your names, if you could also respond in the affirmative. Holly Backus.
Present.
Esmeralda Martinez.
Present.
Thank you, Esmeralda. Terry Norton.
Present.
Very good. All right, gang's all here. Okay, this open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the Historic District Commission is convening by video conference via the Zoom app, as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that the meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. So please be aware that other people can see what you're up to, and take care not to screen share your computer, particularly if it's rated R. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided to members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. So before we get to the first item of the agenda, a few rules to ensure accurate meeting minutes and clear conduct of business. First, the chair will introduce each speaker. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Hold until your name is called. And please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. Also, remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself for the record. So before members speak, the chair will afford public comment to members of the public who have joined the meeting via Zoom. Those people who wish to speak must state their names and be acknowledged by and speak through the chair. And finally, each vote taken tonight will be done via roll call because of the Zoom. That's it. Thank you very much. And next order of business, Esmeralda, is this agenda pretty much good to go as is?
It is with the exception of the consent item, but I don't know if you want to wait till we get there.
Well, tell us the nature of that, because if we're going to improve if we're going to do
I
something.
will. It's mine and I'm taking it off consent so HSAB can look at it.
Oh, okay. Which one?
10.
10 Angola.
10
10 Angola.
Angola. Okay, so everybody strike 10 Angola from the consent agenda. Okay, and that's it, Esmeralda?
That is it for now, sir. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. Okay, now we all know what needs to be done. Diane,
Yes,
are you going to
Hi.
move to approve tonight's
I'm going to
agenda?
move to approve the agenda.
Thank you. Okay. We have 4 regular members, including myself, and 2 associate members, so we're going to do our rotation. So Jesse, I have you first on associates. Can you sit in on this one?
Well, the
Yes, sir.
first one is open complaint, open meeting law.
Oh, actually, no. Is it?
Yes,
Oh,
Oh,
public comment.
I have a public
Yeah.
comment.
wait, no,
This
no.
is the, you need to
Stop,
vote
stop,
on
stop.
the agenda, please.
This is a
I
motion
did.
to approve the agenda, not
We need the
consent.
vote,
Right.
Diane.
Thank
Oh,
you
okay.
very much. Okay, so Diane has made a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Jesse will be sitting on this vote, okay? So on Diane's motion to approve tonight's amended agenda, Val Oliver,
Aye.
Abby Camp,
Aye.
Jesse Dutra,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
aye.
and I'm in favor too, so that motion carries. Okay, the first order of business is going to be for this open meeting law complaint.
No, I have a public comment, Mr. Chairman. I've got my hand up for public comment.
Okay, well, you know the drill, right, Linda? Public comment is, we are not allowed to deliberate on anything that you
Yeah.
say, but I
It's
will.
nothing to do with that. I just wanted
Okay.
to let everybody know, I went over to Marine Lumber last week and took pictures of the 2 shingles they have that are pre-stained that we were talking about 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
We have a sample in the office.
I asked them to cut it down because the other thing was huge, and though they cut it down, and I asked them to bring it to the office. So the shingles are in the office. But for those who can't get in the office, I have about 10 pictures of it, which I'll send to Diane and whoever else can't get in the office.
Very good. Thank you,
Oh.
Linda.
Thanks,
In
Linda.
regards to that, I talked to some guys on SHAB today, and they said that the avenue was opening up for regular cedar shakes.
Oh, yeah, they are soon to be available. I heard that on a job site just this morning. I think sometime in April, they expect them to be coming back in. So this is definitely a stopgap temporary measure. Yes, Val, go.
I just, in case the other members don't know, we put that board in the office last week and sent a letter to the lumber yards that we
Right.
know of, saying this is a temporary measure. I just want to clarify, it is not acceptable in the OHD at all, or SOD. As
Right.
long as the lumber yards understand that. I don't know if they picked up on that, so. just
One
so
other
they
thing,
know.
they can get bees. They can get white cedar shingles, but bees, which means
Yeah.
that obviously they have little weird
They have
things
knots in
underneath
them,
it.
and honestly, those
Yeah.
are not very attractive shingles.
They're not unless it's above, underneath the other shingle, which is what they've been getting.
Yeah, all right. Well, so anyway, let's not spend too much time on this. I think we do have a path forward with this, and thank goodness it seems to be a very, very temporary measure that we're talking about. So thanks, Linda. Now I would like to move on to this open meeting law complaint. Now, I think the best thing to do right now would be to we have town council on board, do we not?
Yes, we do.
Oh, there, Janelle. So, thank you, Janelle. So what I understand is that town council rendered an opinion, which is on everyone's screen right now, that basically says that they reviewed the open meeting law complaint and came to the conclusion that the vote taken at this particular hearing prevailed because there were 2 votes in favor and 2 abstentions, and therefore it passed. But Janelle, can you elaborate on that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're here tonight to discuss the open meeting law complaint that was filed with respect to a meeting of the HDC on back in September 2021, September 7th. At the meeting this evening, I know that the commission members have a copy of that complaint. And we are going to acknowledge receipt of that complaint, review the allegations of the complaint. Town council has prepared a draft. And I am cognizant, I don't want to put anything privileged up on the screen, Mr. Chair. Town council has prepared a draft response to that complaint for the commission's review this evening, and happy to discuss any comments and walk the commission through the process. It's my understanding that the commission members have a copy of the complaint and the draft response for further discussion this evening.
Right. Okay, good. Thank you. And I might call on you later. Is there anybody in the queue here that wants to speak on this matter? If so, unmute, give your name and all that for the record, and I will yield the floor to you.
Chairman Pohl, are you
Yes.
asking whether people other than the members of the commission would like this?
Yeah, so before I, just to be clear, before I turn it over to the commission, and we will have the commission deliberate on this and I think come to a vote. Before I do that, I hear from members of the public like yourself. So if you would like to speak, you can do so now.
Well, thank you. Good evening. Margaret Van Duzen. I am the person who filed the open meeting law complaint. If I could, I would like to hear council's response on this, and then I'd like to respond to that. I think I don't think I should go first in terms of the order of this, because I don't really know what she's going to say, and I haven't seen the original memo from town council.
Okay, well, so it's interesting because all the board members were privy to town council's opinion on this. And so Janelle, maybe could you just walk everyone through that, including Mrs. Van Duzen?
Of course.
Sorry, I just would say I did file a public records request on this, but at least as of today, that memorandum or communication has not been provided to me.
Okay. Maybe somebody in the staff or Janelle, somebody that other than me.
Sure.
Go
So
ahead, Janelle.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to speak to the public records request because that's not on the agenda this evening, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
But I can speak to the allegations of the open meeting law complaint. Essentially, Mrs. Van Duzen has alleged that there were discrepancies with respect to the proceedings on September 7th. As the commission's aware, at the September 7th, 2021 meeting, there were 2 votes in favor and 0 votes against, and 2 abstentions with respect to the 8 Bank Street property COA. Essentially, because there were 2 abstentions and not denials pursuant to the relevant rules of order, though that vote passed, it was a vote 2 in favor. Essentially, for purposes of the open meeting law complaint, and we're not going to get into the substance of interpretation of other rules or provisions, but what we're here tonight is really to talk about the allegations in the open meeting law complaint. And the open meeting law has very specific jurisdiction. Essentially, was the meeting posted correctly? Were the proceedings held in accordance with the provisions of the open meeting law? And it's town council's position, after consultation and review of the materials provided, and happy to hear from the commission as well, that there were no violations of the open meeting law with respect to the allegations of the complaint and with respect to the commission's proceedings on September 7th, 2021. What's outlined in the draft response for the commission's review tonight is essentially that. What the open meeting law looks at is, did the commission comply with the legal requirements for meeting notices and meeting proceedings? And that anything outside of the open meeting law is not an open meeting law complaint, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Respectfully to the complainant, And so to the extent that the complainant is arguing in a substantive issue with respect to the vote or otherwise challenging the proceedings substantively, we would take the position that that's outside of the open meeting law's jurisdiction. And therefore there's no relief that can be provided under the open meeting law. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Was that the explanation you were looking for, Ms. Van Duzen?
Well, I appreciate it. I guess I'd like to respond to that.
Yeah,
if I
of course you
may.
can. Yes. of
Thank
course.
you. It's a narrow view, I think, by council that an open meeting violation only happens on the date of the meeting, if I understood her correctly. And that can't be the case because the open meeting law is really intended to protect against private decisions made outside of the public, in this case, the September 7th meeting. Reversing a public vote in private is exactly the kind of mischief that the open meeting law is intended to prevent and remedy.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry.
Sure.
At what point was a decision that was made publicly reversed in private?
The last public vote of the commission on September 7th in public on this matter was to hold it for further revisions. That was a unanimous vote of the commissioners, all four that were sitting at that time.
Okay.
Does that answer that question?
Well, it does. So
If I could just respond then.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
Keep going.
So,
Yep.
so Chairwoman Coombs determined at the September 7th meeting that the motion to approve did not carry. That was an entirely correct decision by her. And that is because the statutory scheme governing HDC proceedings, that's General Law, Chapter 39, and specifically here, Section 11, specifically provides that the concurring vote of the majority of the members of the commission shall be necessary, that's mandatory language, shall be necessary to issue a certificate of appropriateness. Now here, that means that it's not a majority of a quorum that is sitting on a particular matter. The statute's quite clear in this situation that it needs to be the majority of the members of the commission. And it reflects, I think, this language in Section 11, the legislature's recognition that these kinds of decisions are too important. And as a matter of public policy, a majority of the members of a commission must vote to approve before a certificate can be issued. So first of all, I take issue with council's response that somehow this was, just a ministerial type of action in this. But towns, we don't know at this point who determined to stamp the plans approved or who determined to issue the certificate of appropriateness. Town staff, if it was the case that it was town staff, and I don't know that, and I think I'd ask the commission to do a much further investigation into this, but town staff can only act as an agent for the HDC. They're not members elected by voters to carry out the mission of the HDC, nor do they have authority to reverse a recorded vote of the HDC and to take action that only the HDC members are empowered to take. Here, the vote to hold for further revisions was unanimous. If the claim here is that staff was in fact authorized to act as an agent for the HDC, this doesn't really enable the HDC or the staff to circumvent the requirements of the open meeting law. In my opinion, this would violate both the letter and the spirit of the open meeting law and the harms it is intended to prevent or to remedy. Public
Okay.
boards and commissions can't authorize agents to violate the open meeting law and then
Okay.
claim there's no
All right.
violation.
Well, town council was very straightforward in their approach to this, at least in terms of what I've read. Thank you. Stephen, I see your hand up. Is that for this?
Yeah, I wasn't exercising.
No, but so the first question I want to ask you is, were you sitting on this application or not?
No, because if I
Okay.
was, this wouldn't have happened, but that's not the point. I
Okay.
think as a member, I'd like to speak on the matter because if I may,
Yeah.
I think it's inappropriate to be deliberating the merits of the arguments on either side of the matter because it's outside because it's outside of the HDC's purview to arbitrate that. This is a
Agreed.
determination that's made by a regulatory authority. We are not attorneys, and our interpreting this even after the fact is going to have no merit or basis. It's going to ultimately be the regulatory authority, the Commonwealth, the appropriate division and department that make a determination on whether town council's interpretation of what occurred was improper with respect to the open meeting law. I'm not speaking qualitatively with respect to the complaint. I'm just talking about process here.
Right.
Too often people misconstrue my comments. But
Can I
I am,
just-
but I am,
Sorry.
no, please. I have the
He has
floor.
the floor.
I'm the stickler on the process, and I think it's, given our agenda, I personally would prefer to hear from the determination in response to town council, the determination from the regulatory authority. So then we can ascertain what, if any, actions we need to handle differently, and what, if any, of the assertions that were made in the complaint have merit, and then address them, as opposed to almost hypothetically based upon two different interpretations of a scenario that are not determined by either party. They're, again, determined by the regulatory authority. So all that is against the backdrop of, I think there were 102 items on our agenda.
Mhm.
And then secondly, I would just say that it seems like the assertion is not that the HDC actually violated open meeting law, but that somehow staff usurped their authority, which I find hard to believe, frankly.
That's the claim, yeah.
Yeah, so, but even so, that is something that we would take up as a separate topic, because what we're discussing this evening on the agenda is the open meeting law violation. And town council has specifically stated, our legal review authority has specifically stated that that is not an open meeting law violation, or not specifically that topic, but it doesn't pertain to the open meeting law. I'll note that, ironically enough, it's also not on the agenda to be discussing whether staff did or did do something improperly.
Correct.
So by virtue of the fact that we're discussing it, we could be in violation of the open meeting law. Thank you very much.
Okay, Stephen. Hey,
Chair.
excuse me, one thing that I should have done at the outset of this, because we have 4 regular members and now 3 associate members, the rotation is going to go to Carrie, and she will be sitting on this when it does come to a vote. Who just
It was me, Mr. Chairman Paul. It's so what I'm confused about on this is at what date did this get, what was the last date we saw Aid Bank? Because I thought I was the chair on that.
you
and that got
were the
two-
chair.
So why are they saying Chairman?
I don't know. I
So-
don't know.
I think they're either talking about, I mean, Ms. Van Duzen may be referring to the application before, the week before, where it did go back for revisions. So I'm just wondering if she is referring to the last
No, I'm not.
time we heard it. It's because there's a confusion about who's chair. Was it Diane Coombs or
Well,
was it
that's pretty
myself?
clear on the record, and I'm pretty sure I was not on it, but I'm pretty sure that you were chairing it.
Well,
thought
I
it
was chairing one of the times, Ray. I was started
Oh,
off.
okay, well,
being-
that is to Abby's point, is Abby, your belief, and perhaps town council knows the answer to this. Who was chairing the final meeting when the vote was taken?
And who was
Why-
on that board of it?
Can I ask a question in regards to KP law papers and all the rest of it? They said the vote we're actually talking about is the 2-4 and the 2 in abstention. If we had a board of 4 people and 2 abstain and 2 approve it, it's a split vote.
No,
It's
it's
not.
not. It's not.
Why is it not?
There's 2 positives and 2 zeros. If there were 2 in favor and 2 against, then the against would make that motion null and void. But because it was 2 in favor and 2 zeros, that's 2 positives. That
I
is
see, but that's 2
Right.
out of, we were still people sitting there and we made a vote
I'm
of
just,
0.
hey, Diane, I'm just telling you what the rules are as they are established for the HDC.
Well, I'm questioning it because if you got 4 people
okay.
and you split it, half,
That's a
two
question for
people that
town
win-
council, and I think we should revisit that because I think there's a lot of
yeah,
there's a lot of cloudiness to this issue where if there's a 4-person board and 2 people vote in favor, and if even let's just say that 1 person voted against and 1 person abstained, that would still, the in favor would rule, that motion would carry. If it was 2 in favor, 2 against, but again, I'm sort of getting into a legal domain, so I'm going to totally throw this back to town council for her. If you could just encapsulate the way that the HDC vote is taken.
I think the first thing we have to clarify is which day we're talking about of,
Well, it's the final one. It was the final vote, and who was
Okay.
chairing it actually is not germane to this discussion.
well,
So
yes, well, it is because she's referring to a whole different board. And this time there were only 4 of us. And the time I think she's referring to, there were more people.
well, you
on-
can't file an open meeting law complaint for like a meeting that's halfway through, unless it's taking place at a bar. So
Is
it
the
was
public still
properly
allowed to
noticed.
speak, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, Linda, go ahead. I'd really love to hear back from town council. Go ahead, Linda.
Oh, I just wanted to, that is my client. I'm representing them at the ZBA,
Yeah,
and we didn't bring this issue up. The issue was brought up to us after that vote because there was some confusion about what the vote actually meant when there were 2 abstentions instead of
Right.
2 negatives.
right.
We didn't go after this. We didn't do anything underhanded. What happened was
I'm
The
gonna
matter-
object to
Hey,
the
the-
matter was,
stop,
the
stop,
matter
stop.
was
Linda,
referred,
go ahead.
the matter was referred up to town council. Then we were told it was referred up to town council. And so we all just sort of figured it was a denial and we had to come back for revisions. That's where we left it. But when it
Okay.
went up to town council came back with that decision and then told the staff at the time that he was to stamp it and issue it. We didn't ask for it. Came back to us and I said, okay, now what? Town council is the one through Andrew and Leslie who told the staff to go ahead and stamp it and issue it. So then we ended up with an approval and that's where it stayed. And there it went from there.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Linda. Now, can I hear from town council with regard specifically to the issue, which seems to be at the core of this discussion, which is 4-member board. Obviously, that is a quorum, 1 more than a quorum. And we have 2 votes in favor and 2 abstentions. That was the final vote.
Thank you.
Town
And
council thank you, Janelle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. I just want to be clear that I don't want to get too far down the roads of the merits of this matter, as the members have pointed out, because we really are here only to discuss the open meeting law complaint. But where it is the subject of the open meeting law complaint, Because 4 of the 5 HDC members were present, there was a quorum to vote on the application. And the
Correct.
general rule is that a motion passes if it's approved by the majority of those present and voting, right? And so in this case, there were 2 members, as the chair points out, from my review, 2 members that voted favorably, 2 that abstained, and no denials. So I hope that, I just wanted to provide that information as well. But I do want to kind of dovetail back, so to speak, with respect to the allegations in the open meeting law complaint and not get into the underlying merits of the vote, if I may, Mr. Chair. And essentially, you know, I think this conversation has demonstrated that this is really outside of the scope of the open meeting law. That's certainly the position that's been taken in the draft for the commission's review tonight. I do want to, you know, stay within the confines of the complaint and the confines of the legal requirements of the open meeting law. And as you know, the commission is directed to discuss the complaint generally, review its response, discuss a response, and then issue a response to the Division of Open Government and to the complainant who's here with us this evening. So I just wanted to make sure we stay within those confines.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I want to sort of like break that down a little bit. If I understand you correctly, the open meeting law complaint had something to do with the fact that a vote was taken at a publicly noticed meeting, and
Correct.
that the staff somehow changed that vote to something else after the vote was taken. That would be a clear violation of open meeting law because it wouldn't be public noticed and all that kind of stuff. Now, does the fact that there's question about whether a 2 vote in favor and 2 abstention, that's pretty crystal clear in the legislation, correct?
That's correct. Essentially, what the complaint argues is that there was something that occurred between September 7th and when the COA issued, Mr. Chair.
Right.
And certainly, based on my understanding, there was no further meeting on the project after that September 7th meeting, which had the 2-0 abstention vote. And so, you know, with respect to the determinations that are issued by the Attorney General's office, the division is very clear that allegations of an open meeting law complaint have to actually implicate the open meeting law. And so we have determinations that have been issued that rules of order allegations or alleged violations of other statutory or regulatory proceedings fall outside of the open meeting law. And certainly based on review of the complaint, it appears that the allegations are really seeking a substantive analysis of that 2-0 vote, Mr. Chair.
Right. Now, this begs another question, and that is this. This is basically, to Stephen's point earlier, we're in a legal domain right now that is beyond the focus of the 8 sitting members of the Historic District Commission. Do we even need to take a vote on this?
In my opinion, the commission does. An open meeting law complaint was filed by Mrs. Van Duzen against the commission. And the law requires the commission to review those allegations as a body, as a public body, and issue a response, take a vote to issue a response. A draft has been prepared for the commission's review, consistent with the commission's discussion tonight, and issue that response through town council, if so authorized, to the Attorney General's office into the complainant. So in my opinion, action is required by the HDC in order to review the allegations of the open meeting law complaint.
Okay, thanks very much.
Mr. Chair, I'm still confused. I think there's an error because I think what the session that Ms. Van Duzen is referring to, Diane Coombs is the chair and it goes back for revisions. The one that I did that I thought was the final one was, I think, a vote to approve when there were just 4 of us there. So
Correct.
I'm
That's the
confused
one.
about which
No,
session
okay.
Van Duzen.
That vote, that was 2 in favor, 2 abstentions, that was the vote. And that is the thing that is being, the contention is that that vote was somehow altered by the staff to be in favor of, when in fact, with 4 people, if you have 2 in favor and 2 abstentions, that is that.
Right, but I'm saying,
carries.
why does Miss Van Duzen say that it went back for revisions and that Diane Coombs was the chair? I think she's
Well,
confused
then
about which.
where's the open meeting law complaint in that? I don't understand. Like, if it was the penultimate meeting and not the ultimate meeting, where's the open meeting law complaint?
Well, I
The
don't
open
think there's
meeting
been
law
a-
complaint
yeah.
has to do with the approval being,
Right.
or the disapproval or whatever being filed, and then the staff changing it to an approval.
Yeah,
That's
no, I
what
don't think there was an open meeting law on either time, but
What are you saying, Abby? Say that
I-
again?
I don't think there was an error made in the open meeting law.
I'm
on
glad you
e-
think so. Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
oh, yeah.
Can I say, can I say
Okay,
something?
Diane, listen, before we get to you, because now we're sort of bleeding over into the people who are going to be voting on this matter. Ms. Van Dusen, I see your hand up again, so I'm going to give you another chance to speak, and then I'm going to take it to the board, okay?
Thank you. Just to respond to Ms. Camp, unless there was another meeting after September 7th that I am not aware of when this matter appeared on the agenda, that is the issue in the open meeting complaint. It's also not about the vote, my open meeting law complaint, whether
Right.
it's 2 people or 3. That's
Mhm.
not what the complaint is about. The complaint is that someone, we don't know who, instructed or in fact altered what was the final vote, which was to hold it for revisions. And if I could just respond to Stephen's comment that this is really a determination for a regulatory authority. The way the open meeting law is designed, it goes to the Historic District Commission in the very first instance to make a determination. It is not ultimately just a decision for the Attorney General's office, that the HDC has a responsibility here. And in terms of how this came to happen, I don't know the answer to that at this point in time, and I'm not sure that you do either. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Okay, Diane, I think you wanted to speak.
I just want to people to think back to this meeting. When we came down to the final vote, 2 were for it and 2 were against it.
No,
And when-
2 abstained. They weren't
wait a
against it.
Just
They were
wait a
not
minute.
against it. They abstained.
They abstained, all right, because they wanted to do it that way. I'm not sure if we knew exactly what abstention meant at that time, or abstaining just means we didn't want to speak it at that time for it. Anyway, if it was 2 for and 2 not even there, I have repeatedly said that is not a winning vote, because 2 aren't there and 2 are. 2 is not a quorum. But the most important thing is, whatever we decided, it has to be written down in our notes. And I believe that it was said that we would review it when we had a full board, at only having 4 people at this time. Our discussion between the commissioners has got to be on tape somewhere. And I think it will make clear what we were discussing and why.
Diane,
Yeah.
Okay. Wait a
Diane?
minute.
Uh-oh.
John, you got to
Yeah.
stay out of this. You got to stay out of this.
Gonna what?
Okay. Now, Diane, thank you. I will say that even Mrs. Van Duzen is not suggesting that the vote that was taken was improper. She's
No, I'm not
suggesting-
either.
Okay, okay. I just want to be clear on that. Stephen, I'm going to recognize you one more time, and then I do want to put this to a vote because we're spending a lot of time on this. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just think it's relevant to the commission to further this, including with a vote for town council, perhaps to comment on Ms. Van Duzen's assertion that the HTC has some authority in determining this.
No.
This is a matter of open meeting law determined by the regulatory authority, I thought.
Right.
So if that's not the case, I would ask that that be clarified.
I can certainly speak to that, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So thank you, Stephen. So yes, essentially the process is a complaint is filed. The complaint is sent to the public body that's the subject of the complaint for review and response. In the event that the complainant is ultimately dissatisfied with the response open meeting law piece, the complainant can seek further review with the Division of Open Government, who ultimately, as you correctly point out, is responsible for the regulatory interpretation of the open meeting law and the open meeting law regulations. I would also note that the open meeting law only applies to public bodies, and it basically requires public meetings to be open to the public, accessible to the public, and also requires public bodies not to deliberate outside of a properly posted meeting. And it's my understanding that that did not occur in any event with respect to this project following the meeting on September 7th, in which was posted. And we know that the complainant in this instance, it's my understanding, attended that meeting as well and participated in that meeting. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear for the commission members as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So I want to reiterate the board on this. Diane, Val, Abby, and Carrie, and myself. And I think what we're looking for is we would like to have a motion to have town council draft a response to the open meeting law complaint.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
I'm
a
sorry,
draft. Oh, sorry, this is
that
Janelle.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Sorry, a draft has been provided to the commission members. In the event that the members are satisfied or want to designate yourself as chair or another member to finalize that response and issue it, I'm happy to do that as well.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Pohl, I
Yes.
also want to ask, should Diane and I be recusing, or?
I did ask that question, and I thought the answer was you don't need to recuse, but Janelle, can you weigh in on that, please?
In my opinion, unless there's a conflict, the members determine based on the open meeting law complaint, there is no requirement to do so.
Okay, so that both Diane and Abby are able to sit on this.
That's correct.
Very good. That's what I thought. Okay, what would we like to do with this, folks?
I'm unsure what we're supposed to do.
Well, no, okay, let me just, I'll say it again in slightly different terms.
Yeah.
We're not looking for town council to draft a response. We are looking to adopt the response that town council has already drafted.
I make a motion to approve the response that town council has drafted.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Val has made that motion to adopt the response to the open meeting law complaint that town council has drafted. On that motion, Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Very good. Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you. And Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I am in favor, so that motion carries. Thank you all very much. And now we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Val needs to recuse.
No, I withdrew that for
No,
HF.
you have two on consent, though.
Oh, I do? Okay.
Yeah, you have one at 30 Macy's.
Oh, okay.
So do you want to remove it or do you want us to?
No,
approve?
no, sorry.
Okay, all right, so you recuse and let's see, we're gonna have
Motion
Stephen.
to approve the consent agenda.
Very good. We're gonna have Stephen and Jesse sitting on this one, okay? All right, so Abby has made a motion to approve the consent agenda. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Jesse,
Aye.
very good. Stephen,
Aye.
fantastic. And Abby on your motion?
I,
And I'm in favor too. The motion carries. Great. Okay, now we're along to old business at 38 Prospect. Board is established. Oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure that I heard John McLaughlin just a moment ago. Did I?
Yes.
All right, John, you're here. Great. So let the record reflect that John McLaughlin is with us at this time. And that's good because he is on this application. So this is at 38 Prospect Street. Sitting board, myself, Abby, John, Diane, Carrie. Okay?
Steve
And-
read back in.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Well, okay, so then somebody explain something to me. I have 4 members, all of whom, no, 5 members, all of whom are present at this time.
John did not read back in, I believe, on one of those meetings. You have to ask Terry. That's why Steve read back in.
Okay, Terry, sorry to bug you, but can you weigh in on that?
I would not be privy to whether or not John read back in.
Well, no,
Sorry.
not that part. The part is, right now, he's showing as being a sitting member on this board. Did he miss a meeting
Yes.
so that yes?
Offhand, I can't recall. I would have to go back and look through the minutes. And there have been so many minutes when this was just bumped forward. So,
Oh, boy.
so
At the
unless you,
last meeting,
so I'm
Johnny
sorry.
may have, Johnny keeps track of everything. He may have a piece of paper that proves what he was on it or not.
no, the last meeting, Steve said he was on it and he did read back in because he only missed one.
Right.
Ray did the same thing. So it was Ray, Steve, Diane, and Abby, and Carrie
What?
did not, Carrie missed a meeting also. I don't know if she read back in. She wasn't here the last time either. Because I
Mr.
texted her and she was in Mexico.
There were a bunch of hearings where this wasn't open. It was just breezed across. And that's
Right.
where I become confused. So I would have to go back and try and find the last time substantive comments were actually made.
Because otherwise you have the full 5 commissioners.
It's the which 5?
Mr.
I have
Chair,
not read back in since I was away. This is Carrie.
You have not read
I have
it.
not read back in since I've been away.
No,
Sorry.
but so one thing
But
that
I
wanna
don't think it has been opened.
Right. See, I want to make a distinction, Carrie, because sometimes we take a vote just to hold something.
Right.
And we're not deliberating on it. We're just moving it until we get our board back. And so if that was what you weren't sitting on, then you're still okay.
Then I should be okay.
Yeah.
But
And usually when that happens, I will make that note in the minutes that it was not opened at that time to indicate that the original sitting board is still good.
right.
Right.
And
The
I think
last
the
time
last
it was
time
heard.
this was, yeah, the last time this was opened was either something like the 1st or something very early this month.
It was 2 weeks ago. And then we knew
Yeah,
Ray wasn't here, so we put it over to the 25th, thinking that Ray wasn't coming back from Hawaii
Ever again.
ever.
You knew I'd go.
Chair,
Yes.
if it's worth anything, I have my staff comments that I take because this is something within the old historic district. And you all reviewed this on January 11th.
Yeah.
I have John, Diane, Abby, Ray. I don't know.
John, Diane, Abby, Ray.
And that's when
And that was-
Steve said he would
Okay,
read
so
back
to
in.
hang on one second, folks. So Holly, we're going to stay on that because it sounds like that was the last time this was discussed substantively.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're saying that me, Abby, John, Diane, not Carrie, right?
Carrie only missed one then, and we didn't
No,
talk.
but no, I want to
Oh.
make sure that I thought I heard that she had missed one where we were
Yes.
deliberating.
Yes,
Okay,
Correct.
so if that is the case, then Carrie, yes, you would need to sit down if you haven't read back in, and Stephen has read back in. So I believe the board is, if we follow Holly's logic on this, myself, Abby, John, Diane, and Stephen.
okay.
What
that
about
works.
Val?
No, she's never
Well,
been
no,
on
I
it.
don't think Val hasn't come up in any of these conversations, so I don't think she's been on this since the beginning.
She's
honestly.
never
Okay.
been on it.
Right.
Well, it's on our list saying that she, no, wait a minute, I lie.
No,
I
she
have
wasn't
never
below
been
that.
on it.
Okay.
She's never been
Hey,
on it.
listen, folks, we are going to proceed with this board. Myself, Abby, John, Diane, and Stephen. Okay?
Okie
So,
dokie.
let's go. Linda, you're representing. Go ahead.
Okay, simplified the plan, put native plantings in there, took the fancy trellis off the top, 5-foot natural to weather board fence and arbor. And,
5 foot.
sort of did irregular bluestone pavers to get into the houses from the driveway. That little retaining walls rock like the ones next door, the one across the street, the one down the street. So it's a small little retaining wall. I believe it's 18 inches to 24 at the house because of the grade change. We put native plantings in the back. We went to a landscaper and bayberry native species. You can pretty much control it so it doesn't go crazy. And we put Crenata steeds in the front, which is something the deer hate because it's too prickly. And we staggered the red cedar going up the right-hand side on the prospect side on that berm. And that privet hedge is already there along the road and it
Yeah,
matches
so,
everything else.
so that, I'm sure that that's going to be a talking point. The sort of right-hand most length of privet that runs along one whole property line and then sort of dog legs back on the two ends, that's all existing.
Yes,
Correct, Linda?
we're gonna fluff it up, but it's all existing. And it's the
Okay,
same hedge as
just-
next door
just
and next
making
door and next door.
sure. Okay. Anything else, Linda?
We took the little wonky walkway behind the fence in front of the patio. We put grass in between the blocks and the patio, which isn't visible anyway. But we sort of nativized that, if you want to use that term, and pretty much it. We simplified the rest of it.
Okay, thank you. Holly, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this did not go back to HSAB. You all did not ask for that. I do have a couple of comments just for your consideration that I did receive from a member, as well as just comments from myself. First, these plans, as we all know, do not address a spa. This is just specifically for the hardscape. So just putting that on the record. The 5-foot fence between the buildings was an unnecessary, high, and inappropriate for this setting. Just wanted to bring this up as a topic of conversation. The driveway material is not restricted to shell and would be more appropriate as natural pebble. I'm not too sure about what the subdivision restrictions allow, although it's not an HDC purview. Obviously, at the end of the day, I know through Linda, the client wouldn't want to have something that's approved that doesn't meet their covenants and restrictions. Also, the driveway width should be reduced to 12 feet as required in the subdivision deed restrictions. Again, I'm not privy to those restrictions. It would have to meet the subdivision control law, zoning bylaw 139-20.1 for those widths and such. Other than that, I know that Anduez has been commenting on this application from the beginning. I think there was one where she was pretty much okay, but I do see that she's on the call this evening, so I'll leave it at that. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Hey,
Hold on a second. Holly also mentioned, since Anne's here again, Holly also mention the fact that we had a neighbor that spoke in favor of it the last time, Zach, who lives behind. And we also have a letter from the Muellers, which has not been read into the record. Holly, I believe, has that letter from the Muellers, which are the most immediate abutter. They're the ones with the retaining walls, the grade changes, the asphalt driveway, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
So we'd like that read into the record. And if we're going to talk about specifics like this, I'd like to be able to respond.
Holly, thanks for mentioning that. Sorry,
Can we
Mr.
say- can we
Chair.
read the letter into the record since nobody has seen it? It's very short.
Yeah, let
Holly,
me,
you want to
let
do
me
that?
look for
please?
that, Mr. Chair. My apologies.
I believe Rich is on the line. Rich is also here, the property owner, and he has a copy of it as well, if you want him to read it.
Well, Holly, do you want to go for it, or should we have somebody else read
If
it?
somebody else could read it, I don't have it right offhand.
Okay, oh, that would be fine.
That's probably easy.
Rich, would you mind just, okay.
Sure, let me just dig it up if you
let's-
don't mind. It won't take long.
Go ahead.
As far as the fence is concerned, there are 6
No,
foot
no, no,
fences all
wait,
over.
Linda, hang
While
on.
he's looking for it, I might as well
Oh,
address. it.
okay.
I have it
6
here,
foot
but
fence. You got it? Okay.
I don't want you to, I don't want you to respond to Holly's comments. I want you to respond potentially to board comments.
Well, to
okay?
clarify, the shell driveway is required by the covenants of all 20 some odd
I was
lots.
going to ask that. Okay, so
and the
shell is a
driveway
requirement.
By the planning board because of the amount of parking that's required for the guest house versus the house. So that's it.
Okay.
yeah,
There's
shell
a-
and width is a planning board decision that's out of my control.
Got it.
Here's a letter from Mr. Mueller back on January 6th. This was on the prior application, which I've shared this one with him, and he's more than happy with this one. Good morning, Esmeralda. Sorry, my eyes are so bad. I gather you're working in a short-staffed situation at the HEC. So many thanks for your efforts. You may have received an email from Rich Gillis with my message below, but I thought I'd send it to you directly. To HTC Chairperson Pohl and the Commissioners Camp, Coombs, McLaughlin, and Thornwell. My family owned the land, 38 Prospect Street for the last 50 plus years. Recently, we sold that land to various buyers, with Rich Gillis buying 38 Prospect Street. My wife Geraldine and I are now the owners of 11 North Mill Street, formerly. That's the lot directly across from this lot. We've owned it since 1967 by my family, as we are the closest abutters to 38 Prospect Street, other than Chris and Debbie Fraker, who live at 44 Prospect Street. We have reviewed the landscape hardscape plan submitted by Mr. Gillis to the HEC without reservation. We find the plan to be acceptable. Further, we encourage the HTC to provide Mr. Gillis with the necessary approval and or direction to finalize this matter so that he can conclude the planning phase of the landscape hardscape well ahead of this coming spring's planting season. We remain greatly appreciative for the work, dedication, and expertise displayed by the HTC commissioners and staff. Many thanks, Henry Mueller.
Okay, thank
This is
you.
the wrong plan. This is the previous plan that you have.
This
on
is,
your
this
screen.
is the wrong plan. Yeah,
This is the previous plan, so you can see everything we've changed.
correct.
Oh.
Okay. Now, so, Anne, I know you're out there, and I believe that you probably want to speak on this application. Would you like to do so?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thank you very much. My name is Ann Duez. I'm at 5 Mill Street, and I have been given authorization to speak on behalf of our neighborhood group. First of all, we'd like to say thank you very much for the changes that have been made, which we think are a big improvement. I did want to clarify the statement about the driveway. There's a deed restriction document, and I asked Henry Mueller if this has changed at all, and he said it has not. So let me read what's in the document.
Mhm.
And it's not clear to me why this would be different from what it says in the deed restriction document. It's section 3.05, restrictions on driveways. Driveways upon each lot shall be limited to 12 feet in width and shall be surfaced with shells, Belgian block brick, cobblestones, or such other materials as shall be approved by the HDC. Cement, blah, 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 is not acceptable. And it goes on to talk about access. So unless something has changed that Henry doesn't know about in the deed restrictions document, it seems that the surface here can be anything that the HDC approves.
Except concrete, of course.
Except concrete. Yeah, I mean, we can go, I can read the final two sentences if you want, but I think the relevant ones are
Yeah.
what talk about surface material number 1, and then the driveway width number 2. So that is really all I wanted to bring to your attention, to clarify what.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Driveway width, Mr. Chairman, the driveway width is related to the entrance, not the parking. The parking is required by the planning board, and that's why it's wider after it gets off the street. So let's be clear.
Okay, that was my understanding, but Anne was mainly reading that for the material because there has been a lot of discussion about the appropriateness of the shell versus like gravel.
There isn't any gravel in the neighborhood, Mr. Chairman. Most
What
all
did
the
you say?
driveways are brick or shell. And
Sorry,
Could
what
we
did-
have one,
40 pictures.
Ray, could we have one person talking and doing this?
I can go
Yeah,
over every picture if you want. There are 40 pictures in here.
wait,
I don't want to.
Linda, are you refuting or are you accepting the language that's in the deed restriction?
No, I personally have not read the deed restriction. I'm taking it on faith from the owner and some of the other owners in there and another designer that's in there. And I believe they're all using shell. And it's.
Okay,
what I was
well,
told.
but I
Rich
want to
will
know
have to
what's
talk to
open
that.
to us and what's not open to us, you see.
Can we take the wrong plan off the screen, please?
Yeah, that would be a great idea. And
This is not appropriate.
see, regardless of what the other people have, we are discussing this particular application. And if it's being represented that shell is the only option when it's not, I think that's being a little disingenuous.
My
So,
point is that there's neighborhood context, and that's why I have 40
okay,
pictures.
but I accept the context argument, but I do want to know where we stand in terms of like our ability as the HCC to regulate whether it's shell or not. So.
Well, Rich will have to talk to that. I
Yeah,
can't talk.
I mean, so my discussions with the Mueller family have always been that shell, and this is section 3.05, restrictions upon driveways. Driveways upon each.
Hey, Rich,
Yeah,
just so you know, I am experiencing some sort of bandwidth issues with your, like you go in and out, so I didn't hear what you just said.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm on island. I don't know if it's.
It's
um,
Nantucket.
So it just says they shall be surfaced with shells. And then obviously, I don't think their intention is Belgian block brick for the whole driveway. I think that's for the apron or cobble. It says shall be surfaced with shells, Belgian block brick, cobblestones, or such other materials as shall be approved by the HDC. So if the door is open, then fine. I read it as it shall be surfaced with shells, and you can have an apron with Belgian block brick, that's what most of the other.
It's highly unlikely that the board would approve a Belgian block drive, just so you know.
Right, that's
Gravel,
why I didn't.
perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Now, let's see. Thanks, Anne. Is there anyone else from the neighborhood that would like to speak on this application before I turn it over to the board?
Excuse
Okay.
me, Mr. Chair, I put up my hand.
Yeah, sorry, I
because
don't
didn't want
see
to
you.
butt in. It seems to me that when you're talking about properties that are on a gravel road,
Hang on.
pebble is a highly appropriate surface.
Oh, yeah. No, I wouldn't disagree with that. Okay, thanks, Anne. Okay, so board members.
I'm ready.
All right,
ready.
thanks, Abby. Okay, let's start with Abby and then I'll go right to you, Diane.
Okay, so we'll write in on this conversation about the drive. I've always thought that this is so linked to the Mueller property that I would prefer pebble and actually a wider apron of Belgian block.
Wider meaning more
Just
courses of
deeper,
Belgian block. 'cause
deeper.
you can't
They're
go any
only three
wider.
tiers. Like I 3 tiers, I don't think is gonna hold in any material. I think you
Gotcha.
need 5.
We're not
Um,
allowed to by the planning board because it's on a dirt road. That's why there's only 3 feet deep. It's an edger to keep it in the driveway because we're not allowed to have an actual apron on a, not paved road. That's why it's like that.
Well, it says 3 courses and we all know that Belgian block is less than 1 foot wide. So you want
That's
it
all
to
we
be
can
3
do is an
feet.
edger. That's all and we're sort of skirting it at that point.
Okay, Abby, continue.
Thank you. So I've always wanted this driveway. If planning board says it has to come in right there, I can't deal with that. But I always thought that it could come in there and then curve to the right. And I don't want to go back and forth. I just want to say what I'm thinking, okay?
Right.
So that would give it a little more a less formal approach. I agree with HSAB about several of these 5-foot fences. I don't quite understand why they exist. Number one, the one right in front of the driveway. I don't see why that just can't be vegetation. The one that is on the far right, that I can see why you would want to go around the AC, but I don't see why there's, like, why are you dividing that part of the lawn? I don't quite understand that. And that I don't understand the one on the far left. There's a 5-foot natural to weather here. Maybe you're hiding something. I'm not really sure. But yeah, I'll be very brief. Other than that, I worry that these boards are eventually, the spa is going to come back. So I have this sort of bruised head about it.
We're
But
not looking at a spa here, so I don't understand.
No.
I know. I'm just,
Because we will appeal this immediately if we start down this road again on this
Okay.
issue.
How is that legal? I mean, how can we even be discussing
Chair,
something that's not
Mr.
been
Chair.
proposed?
Stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop.
anyway,
Okay,
so
Abby, let me just clarify your statement there.
Yes.
Okay, because there is no spa on the table at the moment, but I believe that what you're doing is you're saying that the 5-foot high
Right.
board fence is too much.
yes, it's too much in the
Okay.
front of the property and I don't understand it on the right or the left. So that's why the question marks come up. But that's all I
Okay.
have. Thank you.
Very
Thank
good. Thank you, Abby. Diane, I said you were next. It's your turn.
Yes. The fence at the end of the Shell driveway, the 5-foot fence, is not a good fence to have at that place. No necessity of it. If you want to have the back done off, then have a regular picket fence go across there, which would keep people walking back and forth. The 5-foot natural to weather with a gate over where it says dense vegetation is silly. Go around the AC and open up the rest of it. What are you fencing off down there?
Prospect Street,
It's noise. There's a
Prospect Street.
Could I talk?
Let Diane finish.
I
Go ahead,
think-
Diane.
Yeah, the 5-foot over on the left-hand side with the fence and the gate is equally not necessary. The place is all fenced off and on Prospect Street going down that hill, and the existing neighborhood is not so fenced off. I don't know what that circle is on the Bluestone patio between the Bluestone patio and that Elex Konecka's Steed.
It looks like a tree to me.
Yeah, it's a tree.
Okay.
What kind of tree?
I don't know. It's
Are
a
we
tree.
talking about planting materials? I didn't think
It's
that
a
was
tree.
HTC.
I'm sorry, I'm
just-
just getting
Look,
so
can you-
frustrated.
Okay, as opposed to it being a sculpture, a Maillot
Not a
sculpture
sculpture.
or something, it's a tree.
It's a
Okay?
tree.
So
It's
to
a
answer Diane's
tree.
question, it is a tree. Okay,
It-
Diane,
it is-
continue.
No, that is it. There are too many unnecessary fences that are all blocked off. A regular picket fence at the end of the cell driveway, and there should be none over there by the dense vegetation. And there shouldn't be any in that little one, a 5-foot fence for, I don't know what, it's 3 feet long. I think it needs to be relaxed, and you have planting already around the AC, and the other AC is just make a fence around it the way we usually do and take out the rest of the fences. That's what I would do.
Okay,
gosh.
thank you, Diane. Stephen, it is your turn to shine.
I'll wait for John, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right. John, I guess it's your turn to shine.
Okay, I'd like to be updated on a couple of things on this.
You're
Mhm.
sideways, John.
It was the last time too.
Okay, go ahead, John. Your comments on this application.
I have questions on this. Number
Yes.
one, I would like to see an aerial
Oh, okay.
aerial photo of looking the whole plan.
There you go, John.
That yellow, that blue line doesn't mean too much to me.
For the site plan, Esmeralda, Holly, the site plan.
Okay, so John, that was the aerial, and now here's the site plan.
I'll go back to the other site plan, Mr. Chairman, the green one, the very first one.
You mean the aerial photo?
The one he was just looking at, there isn't any aerial with anything on it because it was all open land.
No, of course.
Mr. Chairman, would you go
Yes.
back and give me my time? All
Yep.
right. Now, well, that road is around where that blue mark is. all right?
Yes,
Okay, this is my question on the plot plan. You just had it on here.
yeah,
All right, that's Prospect Street right there.
correct.
Yep.
What I'm looking at is Dr. Yeah,
Lepre,
his house, and then there's a house there of the contractor.
The
All right.
Fraker,
Fraker, yeah,
All right, now I went by there the other day, yesterday or day before. There's a house on that blue lot, am I correct?
yeah, it's 2 houses, John.
yeah.
Okay, I want
John,
one
so-
person to answer my questions, please, okay? I get confused. Okay, I went by there, all right. Well, my first question is this. Have they put up a structure to hide the site of the air conditioner from the street? Because I drove by down North Road there, and there it was. I don't know if it's a permit issued or not, but I wish somebody would find out. and give
Oh,
it-
okay, well, so John, now we can turn back to the actual landscape plan that we are reviewing right now.
Mr.
Fence.
Chairman, I'm not through. I have a question.
Okay,
I had just asked it when you turned it over to me. Would you please show me where this fits into the whole plan?
so John,
Yes,
maybe I can explain this. John, if you look at this plan right here and you see that there's something labeled the guest house, right?
leave it to who?
You see the rectangle that's labeled guest house? It's right there. Holly's circling it.
Wait, I'm still looking.
See that guest house?
Oh, tell them where Prospect Street
There we
is,
are, okay.
Ray.
Guest house, yes, I see
Yeah,
it.
okay. And if you look just to the right of that, John, you see a little box that says AC.
That's
See
a-
that?
I saw it the
Okay.
other day.
I believe that's the AC that you are talking about. And currently they have a fence that they're requesting a fence that runs in front of that AC unit.
Okay, I have no problem with that. I just wanted to make sure that air conditioner is what I saw. All right.
Yep.
I want to go a little bit further, all right?
Yeah.
I said I would like to see a master plan put up on this screen. to
That
show
is
us
it.
Where this is one lot. Where is the aerial photo? They all submit aerial photos. Where's the one for this?
Yeah, so John, the issue with the aerial photo, we'll go back to it. But right now you see that aerial photo was taken before they built the house. So what you're looking at right now is just an empty lot.
Right. My
Okay,
question is, where does this one lot here?
On Prospect, John, the one closest to Prospect.
No,
There's
no.
another lot
Wait a minute,
behind
wait a minute,
on
wait a
on the
minute,
top
please,
part.
Wait till I get through.
yeah,
Okay.
All right, I have the floor. Now let me go ahead so I don't get too confused. Thank you. If I'm looking at this, if I go down North Road and stop directly in front of where the house would go,
Right?
do they go from that road where I think there's a car there? They turn right, and then you go into this plan that we had on the screen 5 minutes ago.
Correct.
There's a house there, and there's a car, and there's a cottage.
That's
Yes.
right.
Is there a garage on this property or going to be?
No,
No.
No, okay, that's what I want. But where are the other lots in relation to this one here? This is lot 28, is it? Whatever this one is?
Okay.
let me answer this, Ray.
I would like to
Well-
see something. I would like
Okay,
to-
John, we don't have the master subdivision plan because there's over a dozen lots in there. Go back to the aerial, please. We don't have the master subdivision plan. That's not part of us. However, John, when you look at the blue box, our lot is the bottom half of the blue box. The other half of the blue box is where there's a different lot above us. And then there's 4 or 5 more lots in that little section. But we don't have the whole subdivision because they don't have it in the GIS aerials yet. All they have is our lot. But our lot is, there are 2 lots in that blue box, John.
No,
We're-
Linda, that lot in
That
the
is my
blue
question.
is the
Now,
whole
wait.
lot.
No, it's
Please
not.
don't interrupt me. You know, everybody starts talking at once and I get confused and that's not good. Thank you.
All right, I'm
If
just
you
trying to
go
answer
on
your
this
question.
this
Linda,
blue
stop.
thing. Wait,
John, continue, please.
very
John,
exasperating. Well, there are too many people butting in. I want to ask my questions, please. It's important to me. I grew up in that area. And the little house, as you go down the hill, the little house right there, going down North Street here, North Road, and you come, the first house on your left is a little cute little farmhouse.
Yes,
I'm going to give you some information. My uncle owned that, and my grandfather, Artemis Cahoon. That's the old Cahoon property. I'm just saying it's very dear to my heart that we don't make too many changes on that building. All right. Now, I want to go back to that. If you go to this blue thing, you come off it. Prospect Street, you turn down north and
Yes.
you keep going. The first
Yes.
house on your left is Artemis Cahoon's. Right now, there's a little road there. What is it called? Goes down to the brick house.
Angola,
yeah.
Who?
Angola Street.
Angola. Angola.
What, Ray?
Angola.
Angola, okay, Angola, all right. When you get just past Artemis, it's on Angola, all right. Are there any lots going to be built where that little garden is on the right?
I believe so, John. That's owned by other people that are not involved with us, but I believe there's a couple of lots down there below the hill. But I don't know
All right.
what's happening down there.
All right, Mr. Chairman, do you plan to have more comments on this from everybody?
Well, so there are 2 people that remain. Stephen, who is waiting on your comments, and me.
Okay,
Those are the 2 people left after you.
well, Steve knows what he's talking about amongst others.
Sometimes.
All right, when you get to that road I just mentioned there, that goes down to the brick house, all right? Now, you go down that road and there's a house built on top of that hill behind Dr. What the heck's his name?
Lepre.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there more houses going to be built between that blue line and the little lane there?
And
I believe
Angola?
so. Yes,
It was my future.
Definitely, John.
yes, I believe so.
Yes, yes, yes. That's
Okay, all
that's
right.
why this area is
Not rural.
so closely scrutinized.
Okay, now I have one other question. You go along Prospect Street here and you get to Mill Street. You
Yes.
turn right on Mill Street, you get down
Correct.
halfway.
Yeah.
Now, there's a big lot there. It has a little lane going from there up to the hill, top of the hill. Now, who owns that house? Is that part of this subdivision?
No,
I'm sorry.
I don't believe so, John. That's a different road.
Wait, all right, hang on just a second. Let me look at this. All right, you get down there, you turn right, and you get down Mill Street. Then you
Right.
start the big field that's there before,
Yep,
before
the
the
pony
house.
field.
Wait a minute. Who's talking now? All right,
Ray.
thank you. Give me a
I just
chance.
said the pony field, John.
Thank you, Ray. Appreciate
Mm.
that. Yeah, the playing field, and then there's a field fenced off where Ellingham had the ponies.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say, who owns that lot? Is that part of this subdivision?
No.
The pony field?
Who's, Mr. Chairman, who am I talking to that can answer this question? Nobody
John,
can-
I want to make sure that I understand. Oh, Anne has her hand up. She may be able to shed some light on this. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but Anne, you're the local authority. So why don't you tell Mr. McLaughlin who owns that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do know this area like the back of my hand.
Yes.
John, as you're going down from Prospect Street on North Mill, you first pass Angola on your right. Then you pass two open lots, which are called Garden of the Sea. Then you pass Candle House on your right, which is fairly built up on the one side and has, for the most part, Moore's End, the brick walled in property on the other side. And then you get to Mill Street. On the corner of Mill Street and North Mill Street, on the left-hand side, is the open pony field. Next to that, on North Mill Street, before you arrive at the pony field, is an open field that was bought by the neighborhood group in participation in partnership with the land bank. If you go left on North Mill and past the pony field, there's two more open fields. Those are also land bank properties, which were bought in partnership with the neighborhood group. So the two lots in between Angola Street and Candlehouse Lane that are known as Garden of the Sea and are across basically from the little house that you know so well, and the fields around the pony field will be retained as open land. The lots that will be built in this subdivision total 9. There are 7 to the east of North Mill Street, the one we're discussing now, and then 3 more going down the hill, one of which also fronts on Angola, another one on Angola, and 2 kind of in the middle of that open space that abut South Mill Street. The remaining 2 lots are on the other side of the street, basically next to and below the Big Mueller house, which is on the corner of Prospect and North Mill. Does that answer your question, I hope?
Very
Mr.
thorough.
Ed, I couldn't ask for it any better explained. I appreciate it. You're an intelligent woman. All right, thank you very much. Now,
You're welcome.
one last thing, the corner lot that had where they used to have the horses, you know?
Yep.
And that little block, so did the land bank own that now?
That's still owned by the by the Nantucket Historical Association, and they cooperate with Land Bank on managing.
Thank you. You're very informational. That helps me a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's
Okay,
it.
John, anything else on this application?
Get it out of here.
Okay, well, all right. So Stephen, there you have it. Are you ready?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So
Okay.
I'd start by saying, John, I won't be the one who tells Dr. Lepre you forgot your doctor's name. On this particular application, just a couple of things. I want to clean up some comments that have been made in terms of clarifications. To my mind, when we reviewed this application, we considered it more of a rural setting as a juxtaposing against the corner of Mill and North Mill, which is just down the way, literally, which is more of a Nantucket urban density. So that's where that concept came up. And that came up without the benefit of a master plan with homes laid out on the lots and knowing specifically what was going to be where and what the density was. So now when we're discussing, structures just literally, within 100 yards or less, it's becoming more of a Nantucket urban setting due to the fact the lots are being developed. I take that to mind when I make my comments about the actual features of the landscape. With respect to the more of a farmhouse style design that this was undertaken based on the rural setting. Also with respect to 33 Prospect, which thankfully is a large lot size, a good portion of which has been retained. And to me, this corner, along with Dr. Leprie's and a couple of the others, and the opening space at the mill, and of course the open space, however, vegetated across the street, all kind of give a taste of a more of a rural setting in Nantucket. I acknowledge they're bordered by more dense setting. I would like to also say, and I mean no disrespect to anyone, but on the commission, but I'm really uncomfortable, and I think our process is broken when we start to talk about like and don't like and necessary and unnecessary. They're not in our act. We need to be sticking to things that are appropriate. I know I'm the youngin on the commission, but I got a little bit of background in some of the legality stuff. And this is where we run into problem on every single appeal. The only appeals we've lost is when we venture into areas about things that aren't appropriate. And I will bring that into my comments on the application.
Hey, Stephen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Before you start in your comments, I would just like, so that we have the graphics in front of us, can we go back to the site plan rather than the, there we go. Very good. Thank you. Okay, continue.
Yeah, thanks. And I actually have it on my screen too.
Oh, all right. Well, I don't. Yeah.
No, that's great. I just, if I start talking about something and something is not on the screen, I just wanted to let y'all know. So if it gets pulled up. Yeah, I would love for the driveway to be reoriented, but I think, it's appropriate as it's as it's drawn. It's in this type of a setting, this type of a design of a home, the layout of the structures on the property. More often than not, we would see two driveways, which I prefer less, but would still be appropriate in terms of what we typically approve. In terms of the finished materials, I think a cobblestone, if it's meant to be cobblestone in terms of it's drawn square, if it's meant to be a Belgian block, I don't think a Belgian block would be appropriate. If it's meant to be a loose, and I just want to finish and then y'all can pick apart whatever you want. If it's meant to be a cobble is on, Main Street and so on and so forth, I think that's appropriate. I'll point out that with respect to the historical record, it would be appropriate to tar this driveway. The 33 Prospect has a third of its driveway tarred. However, I don't think it's appropriate today. So the other portion of the 33 Prospect is gravel. The street, North Mill, used to be gravel for a certain length of period anyways, at least as far back as Google goes. So I think that the gravel would probably be more appropriate than the shell, and including given again, the rural context of these two homes on the corner, in my mind. The fencing I'd like to address next, which is along Prospect. One of the things that we have repeatedly attempted to do is screen air conditioning units. They have to be somewhere. And we typically use fencing for that. I'll note also that fencing as laid out, I'm not talking about the style of the fencing, but I want to specifically speak to the locations, are completely appropriate in that location and the location between the two units, the two structures, based upon guidelines that the HDC adopted, and that were based upon historical record from the Organizational Focus Committee, having done research, including reviewing documentation from the Library of Congress, the NHA, HDC files, and so on and so forth. But that does speak to the style of the fence. The style of the fence, I think, is appropriate as a 5-foot natural to weather along Prospect. I think it's arguable that along the front, it may not be appropriate, but the fence is so distant from the street, and it does still meet our guidelines. So that is in my mind. I think the last thing I'll speak to is retainage. And I don't have a concern. I think it's appropriate to have the small planting bed there. I note, however, that two things. One, the steps around the backside of the guest house, I think are in any other context or in a context where they are visible closer to a street, I think we would all agree they're highly inappropriate. However, this set of stairs, the design, the layout, is at the rear of the property and at least hidden to good extent by an oblique angle. Lastly, on the retainage, I think you all know, there have been some controversial retainage issues. Some people have said, Stephen, you were right and they were all wrong, but I don't keep track. I'm just saying that cross sections are important. I recall that we reviewed this particular set of structures. I sat on a portion of both of them and I believe we had cross sections developed and brought in. We anticipated that there would be fairly significant retainage at the rear of the lot. However, the important distinction in my mind is that retainage allows this structure to be set into the hill and further back from the street. That's the type of retainage. It's kind of like your good cholesterol, bad cholesterol. This is the good fence, like the good cholesterol. So I just wanted to make that point because I don't want it to be construed at some point. That was a new word I made up. That I'm on one side of the retaining wall and on the other side at the same time. Retainage that allows a structure to be built into a hill is beneficial and in keeping with our guidelines. Retainage that changes the form of the earth and at the neighboring homes and leads to creating terraforming neighborhoods is not appropriate. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Stephen. My comments are few. I think that, first of all, clarification, you have labeled it as cobblestone, but I believe what you've drawn is more like Belgian block because it refers to it as 3-course.
Yeah, cobbles are
Like-
fine, Mr. Chairman.
What's that?
Cobblestone is fine. I mean,
Yeah, I think cobblestone is more appropriate, certainly
Yeah.
for this neighborhood. And I would say that we like to define it, it would be like 3 feet
okay.
thickness, 3 feet thickness, because we all know cobbles are different sizes. They don't go in rows, but 3 feet of thickness on the apron.
Okay.
I too am in favor of gravel over shell.
Okay.
And in terms of the fencing, I'm okay with the taller fences on the sides and the one in the front, the one right at the end of the drive that is shell now, but is about to become gravel, should be no more than 4 feet high so that does not appear as a wall and the vegetation takes precedence visually over the fencing. So those would be my requirements for my vote.
We're fine with those.
All right, so I think maybe we can get
I
something.
can make
to
a
work.
motion.
Yes, go ahead, Abby. That would be
Make
great.
a motion to make the apron cobblestone 3 feet deep.
Yeah, good.
Pea stone driveway.
Okay,
The front of the fencing in the front of the house, right at the driveway, to only be 4 feet high and have your ilex crenata cover that.
yes.
Cool.
good.
And other than that, that is my
Motion?
motion.
Great.
Okay, there's the motion. Let's take a vote on the motion. So John,
I think he's muted.
how about, let's go to Diane. You there, Diane?
I think she's
My
muted.
vote is no.
Okay, no for Diane. Stephen?
I'd like to get a clarification, if I may,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. I apologize, but the rock retainage at the front, is that
Yes.
going to be the typical
Yeah.
fieldstone land?
Yeah.
Or is it going to be one of those fancy new not appropriates?
No, it's going to look like, there's a picture of it down further in the application where it's just a typical rounded rock wall.
Okay, I didn't see that, but I appreciate the clarification. I'm a yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Let's see, John, you there?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman. Would you
Uh,
repeat the motion, please?
The motion is to approve this with a few modifications. One is to have the apron be cobblestone 3 feet wide. 2 would be to go from shell to gravel. 3 would be to reduce the height of the fence on the front of the property at the end of the drive from 5 feet to 4 feet. And that was the motion through staff.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I need it. I'm in favor.
In favor. Okay, so John's in favor, and Abby on your motion.
I'm in favor. I just noticed something north on the front of that fence. What's the arbor mean? North natural to weather 5-foot fence arbor, you say?
It's just an arbor in between the fence.
Oh,
That-
you mean like a moon gate sort of thing?
No, it's not moon gate. It's a straight gate. It'll have a 4-foot gate in it to match the fence. It's just a standard 7-foot arbor. So we can get to the
It's
backyard.
not curved, Abby.
Okay, it's just like a squared
Just a
off. I mean,
straight fence. Well, the arbor itself is obviously rounded at 7 feet, but the gate is straight across. It looks like the fence. Nothing fancy.
I see. Okay, all right. Well, would be nice to have had a picture of that.
There is a picture of it actually with all the other
Yeah.
stuff in here.
Okay, anyway, yes, on my motion, yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you,
Thank you very
everyone.
much.
Thank you. Okay, now we're on to new business, 3 Beaver Street
We're holding it.
again?
Well,
Woo.
he had to oh, wait a minute.
No-
He
No
had to
need to, no need to
redo the
explain.
drawings. That's where we are.
All right, so you can all see who's sitting on this. Can somebody give me a motion to hold this?
Make a motion to hold.
All right, thank you, Diane. On the motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Okay, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby on your motion. Oh,
Aye.
actually, Diane on your motion, I'm sorry.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, so that one's held. And then let's see, Linda at 4 Larrabee Lane.
We have to cut 12 feet out of the structure. It doesn't fit according to our engineer.
All right.
So just hang on to it.
Okay, well, while we're on it, are we going to be reviewing 9 Field Ave?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so then can I have a motion from somebody, regular board, to hold 4 Larrabee, please?
So
Motion to
moved.
hold Larrabee.
Okay, Diane has made a motion to hold 4 Larrabee. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you. Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Very good. Motion carries. Okay, 9 Field Avenue, regular board. Let's go.
Let's
didn't
go.
See this
It's a-
anywhere.
It's a covenant lot
Okay,
right next to the other 28 lots in Abrams Quarry. It's a
Okay.
twin line, like a lot of them, it's modular. It's fairly standard. There it is. I put a bunch of pictures in on below it.
context.
Everybody else has the same house.
Everybody else has a house like this?
Yeah, and like to look at the bond, look at the pictures, you can run through them pretty quickly. There you
Okay.
go.
Yep.
He's
Okay,
got a very small lot. Some of these lots in Abrams Quarry are a lot bigger, if that's hard to say, but they're bigger.
What is the
Mhm.
height?
It's 29. I don't have the thing in front of me. You have it up on the screen,
almost.
like everybody else.
Yep.
It's nice that, we've got a lot of covenants coming out into the
Actually, it
Badlands.
looks like, it says 28
28.
feet 3 inches.
Yeah, 28 on this one because of where it's located.
Okay,
If you guys recall, you approved those 2 humongo things, those 2 lots over there on the corner of South Shore Road and Blueberry.
Yep. And
yeah.
2 covenant houses that look just like this.
okay.
So there you go.
Linda, I think that's a good overview. Board members, who would like to begin?
I will.
Thank you.
I'm perfectly comfortable with this house in this location.
All right, thank you, Val.
Wait,
Who's next?
I will.
I'll go. Okay. Go ahead, Diane.
It's very easy. I think it's appropriate in the location.
Okay, great. Abby,
Just up in that dormer, I see it on the north. Is that, could that just be a 2/2? I've never seen.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of funky.
Where am I?
There's no
It's
dormer.
not the dormer, the gable end.
I meant the
is
gable
showing
way
like a
up
2-light window. It looks a
in the
little
attic.
Well, I
kooky.
can give you a 4-light window. It's generally
That
not a
would be,
4-light.
make it more vertical so that the sense, that the panes make sense.
I'll do
Yeah.
that.
That's on the left, that's on the left, the south elevation too.
Yep, I see it.
Yeah, both of those gable ends should have the same kind of 4-light window vertically formatted.
Yep,
Yeah,
I'll
might
fix
have
it.
to get a little bigger.
Yeah, I'll
Okay,
fix it.
that's fine, Abby. Good call.
That's
Um,
all I have.
Okay, thank you. John, anything on this one?
One question, what is the height of it?
28 feet, 3 inches, I believe.
Yeah.
I think the windows are harmonious and I love that front door. I think that's a great front door for Nantucket. Thank you.
Craftsman
All right.
door, loves them.
So it sounds like we can approve this through staff with the revision of the gable end windows going to 4-light windows vertically formatted.
So move.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby, John,
Aye.
thank you, John, Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. There you go. All right,
Thank
now we're
you.
back to old business. Workshop APD we got?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
they requested for this to be hold till Thursday.
Okay.
They do that every single week, all of their projects.
Yeah, I know.
I don't get it.
Well, I think he has difficulty joining in on Tuesday night. But we see who the board is on this. Can somebody give me a motion to hold this?
Motion to hold for representation.
That sounds good. That's good. Okay, on Abby's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
thank you. John,
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
yes, sir.
What number is this we're talking about?
This is number 1 under old business of December 28th. It's NIR Retail LLC, 4 Harbor Square. We're just holding it.
That's where I just lost it. Let me see.
Yeah.
Rich Villas, 3 Beaver Street. John.
We-
Panero.
Yep, we're past that. We're on to the next category, which is the old business right underneath that, John.
Yeah, Harbor Square. Okay, thank you.
So the motion is to hold. Are you okay with that? John,
Yes. Remove the-
you're in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me think. Abby, did you make the motion? I
I
forgot.
think I did. It was so long ago, I can't.
Yeah, okay, so you're in favor of your motion?
Yes.
And I am too. Motion carries. Okay. 43 Kendrick Street. Do we have Chip Webster on board?
You have me, David Barch.
Okay, David Barch, good enough.
So,
Okay, let me just make sure that everybody is aware of the board on this. It's pretty straightforward. Myself, Abby, John, Diane, and Jesse. Okay, you got everybody here. Let's go.
okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of
Oh.
meetings,
Right.
a couple of meetings ago, it was
Yeah.
suggested that the pool was fine, but the berm needed to be reduced. We reduced the berm and then it was decided that maybe the pool was a tad long and it was sent back for revisions. We did cut the pool back by a solid 4 feet.
Mhm.
And we trust this is a good move for you. And what
think
I'd like
it
to
will
express
be.
is,
Okay,
what I hope
let's,
to express is that the pool is really not visible even without the berm in place.
okay, well, that would be great, because what normally happens in a case like this, David, is that we will motion to approve it, subject to the pool not being visible from a public way at the time of inspection and thereafter.
Perfect.
Which sort of covers our asses, if you pardon my French. Okay, so board members, any comments on this?
I appreciate,
Okay, go ahead, Diane.
no, I was just gonna say, I appreciate the length of the pool being
Mhm.
reduced and that it's not visible, but it fits in better behind the houses.
There you
Kendrick
go.
is a sort of long, empty street, so I don't think that will be visible.
Don't
Okay.
show that one.
I know.
Yeah, no,
But,
that's the before
no.
picture.
Yeah,
The bef-
could I see the site plan though?
yeah, we just had it there. There you go.
I meant, sorry, I meant the
Locus?
Yes,
Locus
please.
plan. Okay.
I just want to see where that,
It's a little fuzzy, but you get it?
yeah, so Marion Street, the pool goes from Wiltshire, sort of, so north to south. I'm just, what is the avenue that's where it says,
Well,
If I could describe,
yeah, go ahead, David.
the pool goes east-west. One end would be toward Kendrick and the other end would be toward Marion Street.
Correct. Right.
and what screens it from the east?
From Kendrick.
Or no, where it has that square at the end of the going, can we go back to the site plan?
Sure.
That there's a septic system and then there's that square thing that goes around it. What keeps what keeps the pool screened on that far left in that picture right there where it says ocean
I think
view?
that's south, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, okay, so
Yeah,
what?
that's south. And that's, it abuts Conservation Foundation land.
Okay,
Well, I haven't exactly answered your question, but David, what
there
is
any-
the big C-shaped thing that surrounds the septic system?
That is it's a low planter. It's basically a raised planter that helps define that open yard where the septic field is.
and
Okay.
how tall is that, or how?
Yeah, quantify low
material?
for us.
Yeah, it's about 2 feet in total. Basically it's 2 levels. The U-shape facing or adjacent to the septic field will be about 12 inches high. And outside of that will be another 12-inch high wall containing this planting bed. And what the septic field is dropped down 2 feet. So actually the highest wall is flush with the ground around the property line, if that makes any sense to people.
Mhm.
What's it made out of?
That's just a stone curbing, basically. It's a high curb, but it's regular fieldstone.
It's fieldstone, not cement or anything.
No, it's fieldstone.
It would be good sometime if this goes back for revision is to have a picture of it, so we have some idea of what it's going to look like in an elevation. Okay, David?
Understood. Thanks, Diane.
Well, so what does Ocean View Boulevard refer to? AKA Lancaster
I
Avenue?
think
Is that
that's probably a
paper
paper
road or
road.
something? Okay.
That's definitely a paper road that I think the conservation, well,
They bought
I
it.
won't speculate.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so Tom Nevers is loaded with paper roads.
Sure, okay. And I'm not sure what happens to the grade change as it goes around that square C. Like, I'm I'm just wondering what is going to screen it from the conservation side.
Basically, vegetation. I mean, we're not showing vegetation on this plan because that vegetation shown was intended to suggest what's going on the berm. But this is a pretty heavily planted area, both with natural shrubbery and trees.
Well, if we were to pass this, we probably want to say that the natural vegetation would be on all sides, because right now it looks pretty open that anybody that would be around that area could look right into the pool. It's just my interpretation of your drawing, but
I think that's a result of David not showing like all the existing vegetation, just sort of the plantings that would have occurred new on the berm.
I think we can rely on the board's order that it remain out of view in perpetuity.
I'm done.
Okay. Let's see. Anybody else want to opine on this? Jesse, anything?
I'll make them.
Go ahead, Jesse.
I guess we could let John go. Is he on this?
He is on this. John, you want to go?
If you like, I will.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I've been out there twice in the last 2 weeks to look at it, and I find it, the way it's laid out on the plans here, I find it is the property, and what I saw is so less visible from the way it's planned, that if they leave that row there, and the corner points on the lot, all blinded with a lot of trees and shrubbery, but basically shrubbery. So I find it, due to its remote location, I don't think should anything be changed. I think it's all approvable. Thank you.
Okay, John. I'm sure David likes to hear that. Thank you. Jesse, anything?
If we could go to the locust map. Okay, so by the looks of this, it's on a dead end in Tom Nevers.
Correct.
And is this David, is this the last house on Tom Nevers? Is it Kendrick rather?
It is.
Can we go back to the site plan? And Kendrick is where you have the large planting of the berm?
That's right. The berm runs along Kendrick.
Yeah, are we applying for anything else other than the pool?
We're not.
Okay, so I have no concerns. I mean, this is at the end of a dead end road in Tom Nevers, and fully screened. So that's, I think this is totally approvable. Thank you.
All right, Jesse, thank you. And I'm good to go. So would somebody care to make a motion?
I'll make one.
All right, John, go for it. Oh, John,
Yes, sir.
could you just, because it's a pool, could you just include the language that says that it won't be visible from a public way at the time of inspection and thereafter?
Yes, put it in there.
All right, but you're fine to approve this, right, John?
Yes.
So your motion is to approve with the stipulation that it won't be visible from a public way at the time of inspection and thereafter. So that is John's motion. And on John's motion, Diane?
Aye.
There we
Aye,
go.
aye.
Thank you, Diane. Jesse?
Aye.
Abby?
Nay.
Did you say nay or?
I said nay, as in a horse. Nay.
Okay, so
No.
you're no. John, on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. There you go, David.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, board.
Have a nice glass of
David.
red wine to celebrate. Okay, now we're off to 16 Tashama. Now, okay, here's a funny thing because it says commissioners to be added. First of all, is Katie here? And I think maybe Linda was involved in this.
Yeah, Katie and I are both here.
Okay, so what does it mean, commissioners to be added?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I believe all the commissioners were everyone except for Val and Jesse. Maybe Terry can confirm on that.
Yeah, that sounds right, because I think they were both involved somehow.
Oh, that's right. Val and Jesse had to recuse, but let's see. So let me just say we have Diane, Abby, John, Carrie, Stephen. That's already 5.
I don't believe John was ever on this, but I'm not sure. Because he's missed a couple of these meetings already.
Okay.
And I
You have
believe,
to be on it, right, John? I mean, right, Ray?
I'm sorry, what did you say, Diane?
You have to be on it.
Yeah, I was on this.
okay,
Right.
I was on this.
so that'd be Diane, Abby, Carrie, Steve,
Steven.
and you.
And me.
Okay. So let's
Okay.
regroup.
Did you say let's regroup?
Yeah. Let's go down to the plan. There you go. A lot of this has already been approved. Katie can talk about that. Fences have been approved, the pool's been approved. We got the rotation of the shed approved at the last meeting.
Well, so let me just go over what's going on here.
All right.
Yep.
There are 3 attached letters from all 3 abutters, from
Mhm.
14 Tashama, 18 Tashama, and 13 McLean. Everyone has now come to an agreement that they all want 6-foot fence around the east, west, and south sides of the property.
Okay.
And that's all in the letter. So I made that change on the plans, amended the application to show that. It would be natural to weather, no lattice.
No farther
And-
forward on the property than the house itself. It's set back on the house.
Yeah, if
Correct.
could
One of the
we-
gates will be on the back, see by the shower or at the edge of the deck there, porch. And then the other one, we moved to the front northeast corner of the house from the north,
yeah.
from
And there,
the
the pictures will show there's a
southeast.
tremendous amount of foliage on that one that's at the front of the house. There's a lot of old growth, big cedar trees in there.
Oh, yeah, and we're gonna plant privet just on those sections of fence to screen that. Let's see, nothing has changed with the wall except one course was removed, and you'll see that in the photographs anymore, and we would have a serious drainage problem into the neighbor's property.
And I
The
saw
neighbor-
that they basically, the letters that I read were okay with that removal of the one course.
Yes,
And then the
The
neighbor on,
letters from the neighbors, yeah.
the neighbor on 18 likes our retaining wall because he is lower than we are. Also, not as low as Greg in the back, but he's lower than we are. And he has his own little rock wall in there to try to protect himself. So he was very happy that we had a wall to stop the drainage into his property as well. There's nothing flat in this whole neighborhood. Everything goes up from the road, down to behind it, up to the guy next to us. The
Hmm.
only person we're level with is 14,
Okay,
because everybody's below us after that.
all right. So,
and I'll add real quick that on the 18 Tashima side, it was discussed between Matt, the owner, and the neighbor that wherever there is some space, they'll thicken that up with some natural vegetation. And I did wrap the clethra around the corner, the southwest corner of that wall.
mhm.
I know that one of the neighbors, I believe on McLean Lane, wanted some arborvitae to wrap around there,
Hmm.
but we can't
No.
because there are existing cedars. There is no, there's not the height allowance to put in arborvitae. So clethra or bayberry or something like that can hide the base of the wall there. We can only go so far in towards Tashima because of the canopy of the existing cedars.
Right. And the other thing is this is really a discussion brokered with the neighbors because it's them that are going to be looking at it as opposed to the public.
Exactly. Yes, thank you.
One corner.
Okay.
Well, I think you need to look at the picture we took today of that corner and how minimal that retaining wall is now.
Yeah,
I think you need to look at the new picture. Hold on.
Those are the three I took from three different
okay.
angles there. That's,
There it is. It's with that top section missing and then the plantings going around it. We don't want anything sliding into Greg's driveway or the drainage going into Greg's driveway. So between the fence, the screening and the taking the top course off, it's about 28 inches tall now.
I think, and once we bring the grade up around the base there, because it dips kind of down at the wall because of when they excavated for it. And then when we plant, it is going to raise it up and hide one more course. And I know Greg had a concern about drainage off the base of the wall that he mentioned in his letter, but also having that planting around the base is going to take care of most of the water and allow it to percolate if there is any kind of pooling. So I really don't think there would be any type of runoff into his driveway.
okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to inform the commission, I do believe that abutters are in attendance this evening. They may
Yeah,
have
I was
some
gonna,
comments.
well, given the sensitivity of this, I was just gonna ask. So thank you, Linda. Thank you, Katie. And is there anybody from any of the neighbors that would like to speak on this application before I turn it over to the board? If so, unmute first and identify yourself for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the commission. My name is Greg Tivnan. I hope you can hear me.
Yep, it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I am the abutter at 13, and thank you all for taking this up again. If through you, Mr. Chair, if Ms. Backus, the administrator, could go back to a few of those photos she just had from our back porch and from the driveway, maybe the next one that was like taken from the back door. I just want to show that it is, so you can clearly see, so that, thank you very much, Ms. Backus. There is no large oak trees or whatever there. If they can put a 6-foot fence along the western side, they can put at least the 12 feet in. I know the neighbor at Mr. Barrett at 18 Tashama does not wish to have the large arborvitae all the way down. But as you can see, like 12 to 15 feet in from that corner heading towards west towards the house is completely open from the street, from our driveway. So there are no big trees, as you can see, like for those 15 feet. So we're asking that not in addition to having screening along the retaining wall, but also to have the larger, I guess you call it arborvitae, blocking the fence, at least for that 15 feet or so. And if Ms. Backus could go back to the other photo, you can clearly see it from the street. It was kind of disingenuous, the photos that were being shown before directly into the foliage. But if you just stood just to the right from, looking down my driveway, you can see clearly 15 feet of the wall. There's not that exact, thank you, Ms. Backus. That's from the street. That's from standing on McLean Lane. That's completely open. So we're just asking, and I believe the owner, Mr. O'Connor, agreed. He said, fine. I'm just hearing now that they can't put vegetation up on that wall to block the fence. I don't think that's true. I think it's a little disingenuous. So there's that. Thank you for removing a timber layer. That's awesome. I didn't know that happened. I am still concerned about the lowest level where Ms. Mitchell in her photo was standing and said there was going to raise the our driveway basically up. That can't happen. So that's a problematic. And thank you for the 6-foot fence all around. That's excellent. We really appreciate that. And we are asking for the pool equipment to be enclosed in substantial fencing, just so you can see that's right facing my backyard and our back patio. So we just don't have to hear that. And I believe that is all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thanks. Who introduced the idea of arborvitae?
That was not,
That was Katie, huh?
I don't know if that was me or if that was a previous thought. It was, I mean, aside from the deer being, a possible issue,
Yeah.
it's just that it's nice and thick and you have the height right away. We could brainstorm something else. I mean, the red cedars are going to be very wide and encroach much more onto the neighbor's property. But if he would rather see red cedars, that's okay with him. That's fine with me. I prefer them over arborvitae where there's space.
It
What
is,
about
you know,
ilex?
the deer thing is a real issue for.
yeah.
Yeah.
What about ilex, Katie, like we're using over on 38?
Yeah, the steeds, they're a pretty moderate growth rate, but we would have to see if we can find, I mean, the neighbor would have to be pretty patient about waiting for that to grow up to the height of the fence. They don't often,
Chair,
they don't really get that big.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd really like to please get off the landscape design and
Okay.
get to.
Yes,
Commissioner
thank you.
Kudrow.
Right. Yep.
And I wanted to just quickly address one of Greg's concerns. I know there is a plan. Part of that plan was to enclose the pool equipment, but because there was a stop work order put on that,
Oh,
the
it
fence
didn't
was not
happen.
built.
Right.
So there is a plan to enclose the pool equipment.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any,
Mr. Chairman,
I did.
hang on, John. What I'm doing right now is I want to,
John's not on it.
well, I know, but
I
I
know.
want to hear from neighbors as opposed to board members right at the moment. If there are anyone. Is there anyone
Mr.
else?
Chair,
Yes, sir.
yes,
Mr. Chair, Thomas Barrett, 14 Tashama.
Okay. Hi.
Just Thomas Barrett, Terry
Wait,
Barrett.
somebody needs to mute. Continue.
Mute.
Oh, yes, Thomas Barrett of 14 Tashama Lane.
Okay.
There was a viewing string that was placed in the on the property in regard a couple weeks ago. And I believe that viewing string was for the placement of the fence.
Correct.
The plan that I see here shows on our side of the property that the fence is to be on the property line. Unfortunately, we have a row of evergreens down the property line. And I spoke with the owner and there was discussion of having that moved in on his property. Hence the viewing string that was laid out looks like it's about 3 feet in on his property. I just wanted to confirm that that's what the plan is for where the fence is going to go. Because that's what was laid out for the viewing for the HDC members last week. And that's not relevant in what the plan is showing here.
So I think I can answer that.
Yes, please do, Katie. And Stephen, you have your hand up again?
Yeah, I'm going to volunteer to speak first.
Okay.
Very good.
wait a minute.
Katie, go.
Oh, no, sorry. I thought Stephen was going. We're talking about the 18 Tashama side, correct?
14.
Oh, the 14. Okay. So right now it is about the string. See, it was hard to tell exactly with the property line because there is so much vegetation there. We could only get so close to the property line. So it might, on the plans, I think it shows other side. That's the, nope. You'll find it.
There is a file that I sent over that had photos looking down the tree line.
Yeah, that was included in my email yesterday. That's the 18 Tashama side.
Correct.
And I also, I included a video. I walked the whole property and made a video. But we can, we can bring that fence in further to the 16 Tashama side. If you want to increase, I mean, are you talking about, you wanted it 3 feet from the property line?
Well, it looks like the viewing string is about 2 or 3 feet in. And
Yeah.
the property line is the actual row of trees. So there's no way to get a fence much less trying to get in through the roots next
Right,
to
no,
it.
I understand. That's
So
why,
I
so
just-
I tried to put the string where I thought we would have the clearance to, to do the fence. So it might not be perfectly represented on the plans. But
stay
yes,
away
I
from
don't
the
think we can
trees.
get much closer than 2 or 3 feet from the property line because, like you said, of the existing vegetation.
That's why I was just confirming it for the plans, because that's what the official documentation is worked from. So I just want
Yes.
to make that note.
Yes, so we're on the same page there.
Okay,
Fabulous.
all right. Was that it? In terms of,
Speak.
I
okay,
believe the neighbor, Barrett, Mr. Barrett is here also. That
Yeah.
would like to speak.
okay, you're unmuted, so go ahead, Mr. Barrett.
John Barrett, 18 Tashama Lane. I had a question with regard to I know we're not supposed to speak anymore about the landscaping, but I had a question about the arbor vitae coming around the corner from McLean to Tashama right here. My understanding is those, if arbor vitae are put in, they'd have to be put in on my property. There's only less than 12 inches between the base of the wall and the property line.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm opposed to arbor vitae going in there. Won't the alnifolia be enough to block off the view of that wall?
Yes, I think with the existing vegetation, once it's filled in, right now it's winter. And the clethra will get as tall as you let it. And it does not get eaten by the deer.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. I don't think there's the space either for something as tall as the arborvitae. I think the clethra will be much nicer. We could even mix in a couple bayberries if you prefer, which are also native and deer proof.
Yeah. I was thinking of the Ilex vegetulata, or the
Verticillata,
winterberry.
There are a bunch of options in terms of ilex, some of which get eaten, some don't.
Okay,
But we can
we
definitely.
should hurry this along.
Yeah, we can
We're on our fourth application in 2 hours, which is embarrassing.
So Thomas, I'm happy to meet with you and we can talk about options for plantings there.
Okay, great. The name is John, but that's fine.
Oh, John, I'm sorry.
Okay, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll come up with a solution.
That would be great and neighborly.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to also second Greg's request to have some type of tall structure built around the pool equipment that's a solid structure for soundproofing. So I'd like to second.
It looks like that's already been approved.
That's already part of the plan.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to reiterate that for it. I just wanted to second that.
Right.
Thank you.
It's on the plan. Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. All right, so Stephen, I did say that you could go first.
Okay, so I'd like to zoom out to, not literally on the screen, but with respect to this discussion, maybe up to 1,000 feet from a couple hundred. And before I do that, I want to say that, we're all neighbors to pretty good extent, one way or the other. But I'd like people to remember that this isn't, my comments and the decisions we have to make aren't based upon prior approvals. The pool, the fencing were approved without a grade change. So we're, put in a position where we have to make some tough calls. So that's the preface. The 1,000 feet or more view of this is that, can we go to any one of the pictures that show the adjacent plant material and the fence or the retainage, please? That's perfect. We'll go with that one. No, not that one yet. The first one you had, please.
Mr. Chairman.
John, I have the floor, please. I'm sorry, John. I know you can't hear, so I'm speaking loudly.
Keep going.
So this is, clearly on the right side, you have the existing grade. That's that's virgin material with pine needles. And on the left side, you have the new grade. And from, looking at this from the big picture and the fact that this maybe isn't the first application where we're dealing with this and spending an inordinate amount of time, I think to negative effect to not only the commission, but other applications and applicants, I think we need to put a stop to this. This is what I was referring to before with the terraforming. It's inappropriate. The lost art of terracing, which has historically been utilized on Nantucket, and also having homes sit up off the grade higher than the surrounding grade versus then raising all of the surrounding grade so there's only a few steps, and then the structure and the lot itself become prominent in a neighborhood is completely unacceptable. And I'm not saying unacceptable because I don't like it, because frankly, this is what I would do if I could do it. But it's unacceptable because it's inappropriate and it's not historically correct. So those are the preface for my comments. I think that, first of all, any landscape solution should not be on the, it shouldn't burden the neighbor. It shouldn't be on their property. It shouldn't affect their existing landscaping. They may have plans they don't even know about yet that they want to later enact, and they shouldn't be beholding to a screening mechanism for a pool not visible time of inspection and thereafter, nor should they have to be encumbered by the maintenance or the replacement costs when the deer or other materials eat these. So whether they're edible or not, or maybe we'll have materials that aren't edible, but the rest of it stands true. Could we go to with this picture in mind and the one in the rear, please, from Mr. Tiven's property, and more so from McLean, I believe that's how you say it.
There's a lot of stuff in the packet, so bear with
Where's
us.
the one that, yeah, could you, this one, please zoom in. I'd really like to see the wall as you'd see it. Yeah. This is another example of just something that's unacceptable with respect to the grade change. So I'm not going to belabor that. I'm not going to belabor the landscape selections other than to say that the type of landscape materials that would fit into what I would propose is appropriate are plant materials that can take water. The clethra that's been mentioned can stand, be wetted, and the winterberry. Both the winterberry is certainly indigenous, or at least it's been here so long it is. And clethra, I think, might even qualify because it's been on the island for at least 60 years. I would suggest that the only appropriate solution here with respect to visibility, both from the front and this view, without impinging upon the neighbor's rights and property, is to lower this wall by at least 3 courses so that it is in the neighborhood of 16 inches tall. Install an indigenous plant material border on the interior of the wall within a swale so as to catch any runoff, and then adjust the height, the height difference on the interior of the swale, which should be at least 10 feet wide, depth wide for vegetative purposes and screening purposes. Put the others, put whatever retaining wall has been subtracted from these walls on the interior of the swale as a terrace. With respect to the plant material or the pool equipment, to the extent that's visible, yeah, I agree, it should be solid. I would caution, if there's negotiations going on with the neighbors, knowing quite a bit about this, a solid material is going to act like a speaker. You're going to want to attenuate that sound from the inside with some type of a sound abatement material. It doesn't have to be complex. It doesn't have to be expensive, but it can be effective. Because I don't know that we approved the pool material, the pool equipment in that particular area. If we did, we did. If we didn't, I think that's a separate issue. The other issue I think we should address is that this work was done without approval. And I say that because the significance is not only what's visible here, but we're talking about a 6-foot fence on top of, if this were approved as it is, even with plant material on the exterior on the neighbor's property, we're talking about basically a 9-foot tall fence when it's finished at the finished rail of the fence. I don't believe that's appropriate. I believe that if it is inset into the property, as I suggested, or perhaps someone else will come up with, that it could be more appropriate because at least it is terraced and the vegetation breaks up the fact that it's not on the edge. I think those are my comments for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Hey, Matt, I see that you have your hand up, but I'm not going to recognize you at this time. I'm going to let the rest of the board members speak. And then if you want to rebut anything that is said, I'll give you an opportunity to do it then. But I'd like to hear from all the board members first. Okay, so thank you again, Stephen. Carrie, I believe it's to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been saying this every time, that if there's a fence on top of the wall, the fence has to go inside the property. I totally agree with Stephen that the buffer should not be on the outside of the wall because it's on the neighbor's property. You can't grow much in 6 inches that will then belong to the applicant. I just completely agree with Stephen that fence has to be mitigated. I love the idea of terracing the walls down from where the pool equipment is and mitigating the pool equipment with fence and thick plantings on that southwest corner.
Did it?
Sure.
Yeah, Steve said it all.
Carrie, thank you. Hey, John, you're not on this application, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Abby? Abby Camp? Hello? Let's see, is Abby still with us? Hopefully we didn't. lose
Sorry,
her.
I was muted.
There you go.
I was saying that the neighbors have nicely done their 10-foot setback, and it seems to be what this neighborhood has. And I see there's a 10-foot setback here. That was disregarded. And I just find this whole application so frustrating. It's everybody's nightmare to come back and find, you know, a 3-foot retaining wall in front of your face.
It's not 3 feet.
It's not.
It's 22 inches.
Originally, it was 3 feet.
It is
All right.
22 inches.
Katie,
At one point, it was
Mr. Chair, please
29,
take
so-
control of the meeting.
Yeah.
It's all right, yes. Anyway, you know, the backfill, the retaining wall, the proposed screening. I think there's so much egregiousness going on here that I really feel that the pool equipment should actually go into the shed and at least give that to the neighbors, because what you've taken away from their property, I think you owe them one. And I would get together with them for the planting, decide what they want to see, because you've already established what the property line is by putting your wall right on the property line. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can
No.
no, can't we?
We're going to
speak?
have the board members speak first and then a short time for rebuttal, but I can see where this is going. Diane, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Okay. I think that this is a mess that we can't solve properly, but looking at all the pictures that we have of 13 McLean and whatever, you look and see, there isn't a 5-foot or a 6-foot wall visible. They are a standard out of town fencing. I think to surround this whole thing with 6 feet around it is wrong to do. Tashama is a little street that has all sorts of little things on it, and this whole thing has become impossible. I think it's a good idea to have the the pool equipment in the shed because it'll stop the noise, and then line the shed with asbestos or whatever, fiberglass, and it will reduce the noise. The board fence should be 4 foot. You can't hide the pool with what you got is 6 foot fence, and that's it. I think the planting should be local, and I think nobody thinks of much, but holly bushes, blueprints, and the female are excellent. They fill up, they get to be 4 feet tall if you don't trim them, and they're thick and they keep their leaves all winter long, and the deer do not eat them. I think that we have to see the vegetation that's going to hide. This stuff rides on everybody's property line, which is against the building code to have stuff right along the property line. And I think, I don't know, they should have a group meeting, which, excuse me, Abby suggested that they see what everybody who lives around there wants to, and then come back to us with a suitable proposal, and not fences on top of fences and drainage, which may or may not be, unless you have an engineer that says this water will go somewhere else if we do this and so, and I haven't seen a report of that yet, then we're still in as much question as we have been for every time it's come up. Sorry.
Okay. Mr. O'Connor, keeping in mind that it's 7:30 and we're still on our 4th application since 5 o'clock, and given that it sounds
Katie
like
and
the
I have a
board-
response.
What?
Katie and I have a response. I think Katie's got a response right now.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I want it to be really short because
Can I
there's not a
actually-
lot of support for this.
Katie's got a very quick comment here.
Okay,
about
that
what
would be
was already
great.
approved.
Is Matt O'Connor the owner?
I believe
yes.
so.
I'd like to
Yes.
hear from him, Mr. Chair. He's got his hand up.
Yeah, so Matt, let's hear you because you've been waiting for a while now.
All right, thank you. And I appreciate it, and I will try to keep it short. Just to speak frankly, I apologize on having a retaining wall, and I've understood now over the last couple of months just the impact it's had, and also the fact that it was a necessity to have a permit for it, something that I was not completely aware of. If I backed up just quickly for a second, I purposely hired 2 people, Val Oliver to design the house and Jesse Dutra to do the pool, because I noticed they were on the board, and I wanted to have people that would be mindful of the HDC when I went through all of my approvals. They're recused on this because they're involved in this project, and ultimately why we're here, the retaining wall was not a portion of the work that they did. That was done by someone else. But I've been spending time since I've received the notice from the HDC to mitigate it. And that's primarily to make sure my neighbors feel that I'm putting time and energy into mitigating its appearance, and ultimately getting to a solution that I think works for all parties, which it seems to be close with letters from all 3 abutters. If I commented quickly just on the sides of things, on 14 Tashama's side, there's existing pine trees. We limbed those up. I met with Tom. We discussed kind of the concept of I would set the fence back from those a bit. Technically on the property line, there's two sheds that he has that are there, which I'm fine with, as well as a couple other rubbish boxes, 4 of them. So those would have to be removed, and trees would have to be removed if we were to go plant something else there. So that property, my only revision there was taking it from a 4-foot fence to a 6-foot. And that was after meeting with him, which he preferred, something that would most likely not be visible at all from the street. On the other side, on 14 Tashama, he's got the longest side of the retaining wall there. Trying to mitigate this with some, and what didn't take it back, we took the first course off. As it gets smaller and smaller, you get to the point of it loses some of its utility. And if it's not desirable for the neighbors, as painstaking it is, I'd probably remove it and go back to what was originally approved. I do truly believe, though, if the McLean Avenue side and the Tashama, 18 Tashama side have input on what type of plantings they want in those areas, that the retaining wall does not really serve much lot utility to me. It's behind a shed. It wasn't created so I can be up high on a perch. It was actually done with the intent of retaining water. If they really don't want it, then I'll take it out. But it's hard to kind of blindly keep revising proposals. And at some point, if it goes down to a 16-inch retaining wall, it's probably easier to proceed with what I had originally approved, which would just be to go to naturally burn down and have the 4-foot fence and not make any of the changes that we're proposing. The last comment I have, and I'll stop, is we did approve the pool equipment. We did approve the shed. They were they were separate from the homes, but all those revisions were done. So the only area that really is affected is the perimeter of that retaining wall. So I did just more want to provide clarification to everybody.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. So a few things I want everyone to take away from this. Frequently, concerns of neighbors are congruent with concerns and the jurisdiction of the Historic District Commission. They are not always congruent depending on where the visibility is from a public way. So you've heard from the board members who are, including myself, the aggressive sort of, I certainly won't make the mistake of calling it a 3-foot high retaining wall, but a 29-inch high retaining wall from a public way is something that needs to be reckoned. The more you can berm, the better. So I know that the balancing act for you, Matt, is to satisfy the requirements of your neighbors and also us. So our board is going to request revisions. Some of the things that you brought up as possibilities, I think are very real, and at least from an HCC standpoint would be improvements over what we're seeing right now. So what I would like is a motion from somebody to hold this for some revisions. Would that be
Can we
possible?
clarify first, Mr. Chairman? A lot of what Matt said was already approved, and so we need to know exactly what we're revising, because we can go back to the previous approval, which is the
Linda,
4-foot fence.
you used to chair this board, so you heard 5 people all speak about, I think, the idea of the proximity of the fairly tall retaining wall to the property line, not having adequate space to be able to terrace it back. To Stephen's point, the idea about how, terracing, rather than just have one wall that just sort of leaps out of the ground, you have multiple walls that are sort of stepping back. These are ideas that were presented, to you. So hopefully you heard them all, and with your client, you can discuss which options you want to pursue. So again, I'd like a motion from one of the sitting board members.
Make a motion to hold for revisions.
That sounds great, Diane.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I had asked to be recognized before the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that.
No, that's
Go
okay.
ahead.
I'll
Ahead,
start
Steve.
waving my hands around. I think it's disingenuous to state that these were approved prior. The approval of the pool, I've looked at the stamped approved drawings for both the pool and the shed. None of them indicated a grade change. And this, I'm not going to let this point go because it's an important distinction, and we've seen this. I'd also like to know who is responsible for the retaining wall. I think it's relevant to our proceedings if this is if we've had violations in the past. And if that's the case, then I think that should inform our decision to some extent. The appropriateness of allowing the grade change of some 29 inches to 33 inches without an approval, and just saying, well, yeah, we're gonna, it's okay to berm it back. We actually lose control over actually stipulating a single terrace 10 feet in from the perimeter by saying, okay, you can berm it, because we're not then talking about an architectural feature, we're talking about grading. And I don't think that we should do that. And I cannot tell you how much it pains me to have to get into this position. But this is just going on with our approvals. And I'm seeing this all over the island, as many of you are driving around. And one of the issues with this is you put a retaining wall up against the property line there's no way to maintain it if you're the person who has to maintain it and you plan on the other side to shield it.
Right.
There's no way to actually do it. So anyways, I don't want to belabor the point, but I think it's inappropriate to suggest that berming is a solution. And I wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we didn't raise the grade, just to be clear, we did not raise the grade. The grade was as it was. It was just flowing down towards his driveway, and we decided to stop it from doing that. That's
Okay.
why we blocked the
We
grade.
have
where it
made
was.
this,
Okay. Thank you,
we
Linda.
have
And
made a motion.
yeah, Diane has made a motion to hold this for revisions. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Very good. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Thank you all. We'll see you next time. Okay, now we're on to new business. This will be our 5th application. I'm being unfair because we did have a bit of time spent on our open meeting law thing. Still, 132 Main Street. Is Grady Murtaugh there?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like a point of order, please.
Yes, go ahead.
I have continuous trouble trying to read these small plans. Could everything be set at one time whenever there's an
Okay.
application?
Yep.
This is killing me, just my eyes. Thank you.
How's that, John? Is that better?
Bring them all up to 3. Let me see.
No,
No,
let's
keep
do-
going up, please.
Do one more for him.
Oh, 3 notches.
There you go.
One more.
Hard to do that on every page.
See that one, that's fine.
Now we just have one letter at a time
That's
on
it.
the screen. Okay, John, thanks. Grady, are you there?
Yes, we need that. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Do we have somebody to rep this?
Mr. Chair, he is not here, but I just spoke to him and he's gonna log in, so could we, I don't know how to proceed. Should we skip over him and then come
Yeah,
back to him?
let's skip over and we'll come back to him. Hopefully it won't take too long. We can go
Thank
to
you.
14 Oak Hollow. Karen's here for that.
Yeah, I'm here.
Are we flipping over to 14 Oak Hollow now?
Is there anybody for Oak Hollow?
Yeah, Karen's here. Okay, let's go.
This was a view.
All right.
All right,
So,
should I speak first or wait for your comments?
no, go, Karen. I want to
Okay,
see
so-
drawings.
So the previous comments from the commissioners at the first hearing were that they acknowledged that it
Oh,
was.
boy. Can I stop right there? Why is this under new business if it's been reviewed already?
I was told, I put it under old business and I was told by the staff to put it under new business.
Okay,
Because of
why?
a
Because
view.
if it's a continued thing, then we have a board established.
I know, that's what the staff at the.
Mr. Chairman, this is Esmeralda. Again, this is a mistake on my part. I did not realize viewings had to go under old business and I mistakenly put under new business, but there is a board established already for this.
Okay, so if there is thank you for the explanation. So if there is a board established, we're going to kind of, need to know who the board is that's sitting on this. And also, what?
I know I'm not on it, Abby.
I was.
I was, I think.
Can we get an official word from Terry, presumably? Oh, boy.
Mr.
Our
Chair,
whole
I don't have access
Thursday.
to my past minutes.
Okay,
Don't have the minutes.
Yeah, at this
Yeah.
moment.
okay, so.
Mr. Chair, I'll just make a notation or just a comment about old business when they go for a viewing about applicants following the procedures that our previous HTC compliance coordinator has on our website. She did a fantastic job for people understanding what we need to have if we had a copy of the previous minutes, we wouldn't be having this discussion. So thank you.
There is a copy right in my list here. If you see it, you'll see who was on that board.
Well, that's what we're after.
No, up high, up high. It's the first thing I've listed, the previous, up further. One more page. Or, no, all the way up at the, up, page number 1 or 2.
I don't know how this Zoom shit works.
102.
No, go up.
Boy, I can't believe the amount of time we're wasting here.
No, it's good. It's good.
It's
Caroline Way is next. We need a rest.
no, Caroline Way isn't next because Grady Murtaugh is presumably,
Further.
getting on board. So
Grady
where-
Murtaugh's
where are
here
the-
now.
Where are the minutes?
They're up. They should be on the top.
Yeah, they're not there.
Okay,
That's
that's
the
the
first
top,
page.
and that is not it.
Okay, I know I submitted them in the PDF, so they're in there somewhere. But it was Carrie, Val, and Diane were the 3 people on the board.
That's it. Carrie,
Yeah.
Carrie, Val, and who?
Diane.
That was the board.
Yep,
Okay. Who was chairing? Diane?
there's the minutes right there.
Coombe, acting chair, Oliver Thornwell. Okay, so you got that right. So let's, I'm turning it over to Diane. Diane, you going to chair this for me?
Yep, I certainly am.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay. Karen, you want to go ahead and give us the proposal for the
Yes.
request of the view? Okay.
Sure. So in the previous comments in the last meeting were that you're pretty sure, as I said, it was not visible from the public way, but you were concerned that it's such a large parcel, it could be subdivided, and then there would be a public way that would show visibility. And since then, I talked to the owner and he has a deed restriction held by the land council preventing any subdivision. And it's also from the Concom, because there's so much wetlands. For him to even get approval to build his house, he had to say he would not build anywhere else on the property. And even here, like, he can't do anything more than 15 feet away from his house. So I know that the commission was also pushing for a ground mount. Ground mounts have the same restrictions that buildings do, and we have to be within the Concom buffer zones. And so I know the owner doesn't want a ground mount, but even if he did, it would not be approvable. So there's another comment was that the side porch could have panels, and that is a hip roof, and it would only take 1 panel. That's the only most you could put on it.
How can that be true at the size of it?
It's not the northwest, it's the other side. It's the let's see, that one, the southeast. And on that porch, that's a little hip roof. And so they're triangular roofs. And so it's only the 1 roof, we could fit 1 panel on it. That's it. So the house itself faces southwest.
And that's the wall, that's the roof you want to put the panels on, is the southwest, right, Karen?
Right. It is the front of the house. It's the only viable roof. It will be a neat rectangle, and he's re-roofing underneath that at first. It's asphalt roof. It's not visible from anything public. Oak Hollow is very long, and his driveway has a dog leg in it, so that you can't, if you went around that dog leg, you'd be on his property. So that's as much as I can say. That's the only choice we have, is put it on that roof. And there's no possibility that any of the land can be subdivided, because the land council and Concom.
Okay. So do you have a an elevation that shows the panels?
Yes, it drop down, no, maybe go up one. There we go.
It didn't, okay, so that's it going across the whole thing to the top, just below the chimney, right?
Correct.
Okay, so who would like to begin, Val or Carrie?
Well, I
I'll
drove
ask-
down here.
What's
Sorry.
up?
Okay,
Well, I drove down. I actually know this road because I did a house a couple doors down, and you drive down and you see the private property beginning of his driveway. You turn around, but yeah, you can see this roof. It's very far away, and I think it's a tough call. I don't even know if I could tell it was the front, although it's facing the driveway, so you assume it's the front of the house. But I think in this dead end road that this is one place where these panels could be on the front of the house because it is a dead end and it's very far from the street and it's one story. And I'm not totally adverse to allowing this one to have solar, all of what Karen said, and having been down there myself.
okay. Val,
Yep, I did go down there as well, and it is very remote, and you can't tell if you're on the street or a driveway, so I turned around after looking down the driveway. Is the roof going to be reshingled in black?
They wanted to keep the same color. That is, it's a medium gray.
well, he may have to take a choice between the solar panels or the roof color he wants.
Yeah, I just saw a really good installation on the road that goes out to Maya Comet Golf, and it's right on the sidewalk. And because the roof is black and it goes from side to side, I did take a picture of it, but I can't share it with you at the moment. It was perfect. Like, that is exactly what we would like to see. I mean, he's only going to have a few courses of shingles that aren't black on that side. Is he just reshingling that side?
No, I think he has to do the whole roof.
Well, black would obviously make it disappear, and I think that's the
Right.
best bet. I think that's if he wants them, he should definitely.
I'm
do
willing
black make them
to
disappear.
go with an eye on this if it's a black roof.
I agree.
Right, and I think one of the important things is for us to consider that with the amount of solar panel applications we're getting, that they are considered on a individual
Oh, definitely.
application.
Yeah.
So that if it can be hidden to the extent that it is not shining in people's eyes, then we will consider it. So we have a consideration, I believe, from Carrie and Val, and also that we would be able to approve it if he roofed his roof in black as we have asked. So I'll take a motion to come back to you for revisions, Karen, or they make a motion to approve with the conditions through staff. What do you
Well,
want?
I would rather you just approve it with the black roof, because the only revision that we could make would be making a black roof, so we might as well just. approve
Motion
it.
to approve with the roof reshingle to be black.
Thank you. Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Okay.
Thank
There it
you.
is.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thanks.
so do we have Grady Murtaugh on now?
Yes, I am here.
Very good. Okay, so we can skip back to 132 Main. You have the regular board on this. Oh, so just looking ahead, it would be beneficial to know if any of the other things on this new business list are actually should be old business because they were on a view, so that we can get some information on who might be sitting on the board. Anyway, this is a new application, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Nothing else on the new business agenda is what it shouldn't be.
Oh,
Everything's
great.
new business.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Okay, so then this is the regular board. Grady, you want to tell us what's going on at 132 Main?
Barbara, the owner, wants to put a small patio in the back so she can put a picnic table on it, and it's non-visible from the road. You might be able to see it from her driveway. She's got it all lined in with privet, and she just wants to be able to fit that picnic table on it.
Wow. So that little, you've drawn it very well in perspective. Admirable. You just want to basically take that area and turn it into a bluestone patio.
Exactly.
Can we see the locus on this? I was looking at a locus, but I believe it was not for this application. Oh, it was. Okay. So
Blow it up a few notches.
yeah. So obviously we have HSAB on this one.
Yes,
So
Mr.
Holly?
Chair, we do.
Yeah. Okay, great.
So as you all are probably aware, this is that 1920s bungalow on Main Street. I believe you all actually approved solar on it. So this has been before you. on a different
Oh, yeah,
application.
yeah. Yep.
Yep. To give you
Correct.
some context on that.
Right.
HSAB did take a look at it. They really didn't have any concerns except for the material. They would prefer brick or a more irregular stone. I concur with that. Bluestone is very formal, especially for this type of vernacular of architecture. However, I will notate that it will not be visible, and also a clear site plan would have been better for us to really understand its
Yeah.
location and
So
dimension.
this is actually
One thing I would say about that is she has an existing bluestone walkway that is visible from the road and the driveway itself already. So in order to match that, it would look a little bit weird to have.
well, okay, but so Grady, a better site plan would have informed us about that.
Okay.
So that comment.
Or a photo.
Exactly.
Yeah, so there
This
we
one's
just saw
my
the
first
aerial.
one, so I apologize for that.
You're doing just fine. Don't worry
What is
about
the
it.
proposed material? Flag?
Bluestone.
Bluestone. Okay.
Yeah, and so on the other side of that moon gate thing is the parking area. See where
Correct.
So you would have to look from Main Street over the parking area in through that gate to see a little sliver of bluestone here.
Correct.
In other words, not highly visible.
Yes,
And
I
to
would
Grady's-
say that
And to
all.
Grady's point earlier, it is also a material that happens to be already on site. Anyway, I don't want to bias the board. What are our comments on these
I
regular
have a
board?
suggestion that
Yep.
might be a little less sleek, that if you were to have like two stones that either go, to the arbor or up the stairs, and then start the area for the
You mean turn the bluestone into a rectangle as opposed to a rectangle with little appendages?
yeah, take out, straighten it out, make those two bluestone stepping, maybe going out to the street, out to the cars or up the stair, square that off and just make that I don't know what the dimension would be. Maybe it's 9 by 8 or something, but no, enough to put your picnic table instead of having the whole thing just sort of wall to wall bluestone.
So let me make sure I understand what your proposal is, but we do need to hear from the other board members. You're suggesting, but Grady, the 9 by 10, is that the rectangle or is that the 10 feet? Does that go all the way up to the base of those steps?
I believe that goes to she has like a little veggie garden area there. So that
Okay,
10
so
feet
it's
goes
actually
to
longer than 10 feet because you're bringing it back to the steps. But to Abby's point, she's saying do the 9 by 10 as a rectangle of bluestone and then just have like a stepping stone set into the moon gate and another stepping stone or two set in to get you from your bluestone terrace to your brick steps. I believe that's what she's saying.
Yeah, with grass around it, so it's not
Yeah.
so
So
wall to
it's,
wall.
there's a little, do you understand what she's saying?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, but that is Abby's point, or comment. Is that it, Abby?
Yes, no, yes,
Okay,
no.
okay,
no.
very good.
Done.
Abby, not Abby, Diane.
I I think that Abby's idea is very good.
It is.
The casual steps, turn the table going parallel and putting it on the 9 by 10 plot down there. I think that would be very simple and not out of place.
Mr. Chairman, am I on this?
You are, and you're next, John. Let's just
I'm
make
not.
sure that Diane has spoken her piece.
Thank
Was that it, Diane?
Yep, that's it, I believe.
All right, very good. John, go ahead.
My only comment is I know the property well, and it's highly, basically invisible because so much shrubbery and hedges around and fencing and cars and parking lots. I don't think it's visible.
Okay. I tend to agree with that. Yes, John. Thank you. Let's see, Val.
I don't have any concerns with this.
Okay. Grady, if you're amenable, I would be fine with the idea of doing the 9 by 10 bluestone terrace with stepping stones taking you from that rectangle up to your brick steps.
So moved.
Okay.
Oh, so John has just made that motion. You good, Grady?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so John has made a motion to approve this through staff with a 9 by 10 bluestone terrace with stepping stones that would take you up the brick steps and out through the moon gate. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John on your motion.
Aye.
Great, and I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Thanks, Grady.
Thank you. Have a great night.
All right, so now we're going to move along to 1 Caroline Way.
I hope you can find it.
Mr. Chair, I
Caroline
just
Way?
wanted to just remind the commission, we probably have butters here this evening. You all received some comments from a lot.
Thank you for.
What's in the packet?
Yes,
sir.
you're correct. Okay. All right, so here we are at Caroline Way, and Mr. Byrne, you ready to walk us through this?
Yeah, it's Mr. Vicent, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's your surname?
Yes, that's my surname. Buren
I
is
didn't
my
know-
partner.
I didn't know that. Okay, thanks.
This is some proposed changes to the house, which was already approved by staff. We have some changes that were generated by working with Mirka, who I believe is up next for the hardscape and pool. And we reconfigured the buildings on the site a little bit, which generated some changes on the main house. And there was also some small changes requested by the client that affected the exterior of the building. So here on the south elevation, really not many changes at all. The extension of, actually no changes.
I actually don't see any changes on.
Yeah, no,
on the
sorry.
south.
The one down east elevation, there was, sorry, back up. Yep. East
Yeah, there we go.
elevation there was a stair added to go to that second floor balcony. So you can see kind of behind the porch, that rail and that stair going
Oh,
up.
yeah, yeah.
There was also,
Are those like vertical boards?
they're balusters, basically.
Balusters, okay.
Yep. Towards the right of that drawing, we added a little covered portico
Mhm.
over that side entry, and actually the building footprint was reduced. If you could see on the previous approved version, it was kind of a salt box shape. Before we had a pergola there that we had to take out. So we, instead of just having that blank wall, we did a little covered entry on the side door over that, which you'll see on the next elevation. This is the north elevation facing the back of the house. There you could see the change with the little portico over that back entrance door, and we shifted over that dormer on top so it lined with that portico slightly. Also added that little corner L, I think it's a V window. And then on the lower drawing there, again, just showing the side view of that portico. This is the guest house. And there was a slight change to this as well, again, generated by the site plan change. The depth of this back porch was increased to accommodate a larger dining area outside that guest house.
So, okay. So on the guest house, basically it's just the lengthening of that porch or making it deeper, right?
Correct. I think
That's it.
Yep.
Okay. By the way, those are two separate structures, right?
Yes. We submitted them originally as one because they were connected by a pergola. And I think, I guess we should have submitted it as two, but we decided to keep it as one since we had our previous.
Yeah, I mean, just from a permitting standpoint, you're going to kind of need to have two separate HDC approvals for two separate building permit packages.
Isn't it connected by a tunnel? Then it's one building.
Yes, it is connected by a
tunnel. Oh, is it connected by a tunnel?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the good news for you, because then we don't have to worry about it because it is all one building. All right.
I mean, an
Great.
underground tunnel?
Yes.
No, an above ground tunnel, you silly.
No, I mean, like, what is it shown on the site plan as a?
It's the boardwalk.
Yeah.
So underneath the boardwalk is a tunnel?
Yeah, with some skylights.
They are done out here.
But not visible from the street tunnel?
That's right. Okay, so thank you. I'm going to guess that there's not going to be a lot of discussion from the neighbors about these architectural changes. But if anyone wants to speak on the architectural changes, keeping in mind that the pool is up right after this, unmute and give your name for the record and address. Anybody? Okay. It sounds like this isn't the part that's going to be drawing a controversy. So board members, regular board, once again.
Yeah. I'll go because I did print it and look at it in a big size so I could see it.
Fantastic. Okay.
My comments would be understanding that this has all been approved before. On the north, the transom over the door.
The north, excuse me, the north of the main house, right?
Right, with the porch, which seems super tall over it. Just, I think I don't know, it's just too much. Why do we need that transom over that door? There's so much glass already. And that the windows in that dormer above are larger than any of the windows on that elevation. So I would say they should come down to a size that matches another size on the second floor. They're listed as Ks, and the ones where the triple windows are there are Hs. So that's just a comment about
Yeah.
that.
Well,
On
interesting.
the northeast, I had a question about the railing on the stairwell to the lower level. Is it a horizontal rail or is it shingled? I couldn't tell. Down to the basement, right here. Oh,
The
I hate
horizontal.
that we can't move it ourselves. That.
It's a horizontal rail.
Okay, so
Horizontal boards.
Boards, correct.
Yeah.
okay, so that's a little bit different, like a clapboard wall.
Well,
is it clapboard or is it like butt board?
it's not even butt. There would be space between. They're just horizontal boards with like an inch space between.
Oh,
them.
like an actual space where you could see daylight.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, kind of like a horizontal fence.
Exactly.
Well, that's different. Not sure I've seen that anywhere. And so because the building has so much going on, I think anything that can simplify it and keep it simple and not add so many different elements is going to be better received. And then on the east, the stairs to the second floor with the lattice, I think you talked about that before. I didn't understand what it was. There was a piece of lattice and then some horizontal members, and I was a little confused by that.
The lower area in the behind the porch.
Yeah.
So those are just vertical balusters that go basically from the floor of the porch to the ceiling of the porch, conceal that stairway behind. You could kind of see the diagonal of the stringer going up there.
I think what's confusing is you're seeing the horizontal of the brick behind it, so it makes it look a little like lattice.
Correct.
Okay, so that's a little different too. Okay. And then the last thing on the house that I had a concern about was the large window wells in the back and how those would be lit, but I guess maybe we can take that up with the hardscape part of it.
Okay.
And I just say that because there is so much concern about this property and what's happening, that anything to mitigate it and keep it more quiet in that area would be good. It's a wide open corner. And so it is visible from every direction. And with all of these components and boardwalks and pergolas and everything connecting it, it's just a lot for a very simple area. That's my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Val, thanks so much. No, hang on 1 second. Jesse has his hand raised. And Jesse, you're muted. Did you have something that you wanted to say?
Nope, sorry that my hand was raised from a couple applications ago. I never put it.
Oops, sorry.
It's okay.
Oh boy. Yeah. I need another cup of coffee or something. Okay, so Diane, your turn.
Okay, what I wanted to say, first of all, is I agree with Val. It has to be made simpler. This on Caroline Way is seen from all four sides, and you have residents who look down on it, and their houses for the most part, and Caroline Way is not a city street. It is very, very rural, and it should be kept that way. It is the point coming closest to the ocean, and this is a huge, complicated building. Why do you have to have stairs going up to the second floor balcony? Why can't you go through the house?
The owner requested access from the exterior.
Well, I think it's, in this position, it's going to be visible, and I think that it is not something that we usually see out there or anywhere. There's one other one I know that uses a circular staircase, and it's inside, you can't see it. So I have a problem with that. Could I see something other than the south elevation, please? Which is the front door
Right there on the south.
Mhm.
2X.
on the south?
Sorry, not the south, the east. We were just on it.
We just saw it.
Yep.
Yeah. There we go.
That 2X door.
That's the front door?
The one to the
No,
right,
the
Diane.
one.
I know, I
One
see it to the right.
Yeah.
And I think that is, for a house's size, I think that the door is inappropriate. Two huge pieces of glass, which are the size of your K windows. And the horizontal type or whatever type of wood at the bottom is, to me, inappropriate on the thing. And may I see another one? I saw it earlier and I can't move this. The railing going down on the north elevation, the railing going down to the stairs is a horizontal railing, is it not?
Correct.
Yes.
And what is it made out of?
Cedar, natural to weather.
And what's the distance of the boards between each other?
They're about 7 inches. They're 5-inch boards, and then they graduate, so they're a little smaller on top.
Well,
But she was asking about the space between, like
Oh,
an
they're,
inch.
yes, an inch.
Okay.
well, I haven't seen it before. I don't know that I'd want to see it here. This house should be simple. It should fit into the area around it. And it does not, I don't know what style you would call it. It needs to be simplified and gone over. The number of windows and what is visible from the land. The staircase going down on that elevation. The balustrades are sort of don't fit in what usually we have here. And is that below ground? Is that down in a
Yes.
basement area?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, and the 1, 2, 3 sliders, French doors or whatever up in the middle. I think it's too much. It should be simpler and less windows, less panes. So that would be my thing, to go over it and reduce it and make it simpler, as simple as you can. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you. John?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I have a couple of questions.
Yep.
I find that the harmonious glass walls that are here. All right, you got on your, you got to come up 3 more digits because you went back again. Please bring up the digits. That's good. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very, that's great. Yeah, windows are harmonious to each other, but there's too much glass on it. Now, could I go to the front door, please? Okay, go hold it. All right, now, is that door on the right? Is that the front door?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes, it is.
That's okay. That needs to change. You got more glass than you do wood. I think that you should get a typical Nantucket door, 6-panel door or something more appropriate than that. The rest of it, I find it's, a lot of it is underground. Now, are those piers down there?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, those are underground, John.
Oh, I thought there's a full cellar. Okay, thank you. Now, next to the chimney, right on this one on the left, is that lattice work?
Those
It's
are-
actually vertical balusters, vertical boards.
That's not a door, am I correct?
No, not a door.
Okay, so it looks like, is it lattice work?
Well, it's not
Yes.
exactly lattice, it's just vertical boards.
The vertical doors, they slide?
No, not vertical doors, vertical boards.
Right,
Vertical.
They're
boards.
hiding a staircase, John.
Yeah,
the doors. I'll be a son of a
No.
gun.
no.
Okay, that's my comment on that one. I think that, what type of door are you gonna put for a front door?
It's to the right of that bubble area. It says 2X on it, John. It's already approved.
Already approved.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I have nothing to say if that happened, because I didn't sit on it. Thank you.
Okay.
Who did
Let's
sit on?
see. Abby.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I was on this. Can we
Well,
go?
it's the regular board. It's new
Okay,
business.
so east, we're only commenting on that. I just find that, is this right on the street? Is this right on one of the corners?
It's on the corner.
Okay. I just find, I know this is, now that I know this has already been, when was the last time we saw this? It seems like ages.
Long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, I just, this does not appear as a front of a house to me. It seems so chaotic. And the things I want to talk about aren't circled. So let's go to the north, please. See if we can find some circles. Yeah, so I think those two windows over that side door are way too large. I wish those would come down, and I agree that the three over the nano doors are just, they just are so large. So I think I made a comment there. Highly visible. So is this structure shingled, or it looks like clapboard?
Shingles.
It's shingled. And what are the colors of the trim or sash?
Ooh, I have to refresh my memory on that one. Sorry. It's cadet gray.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
What kind of gray?
Cadet gray.
Cadet gray. That sounds very battleship and
Yeah.
very subdued. Okay.
Martial,
What?
martial, warlike.
Warlike, yeah. Now, so because it's a beach scene to me, I'm just wondering about that brick chimney and whether that could be like a cement sort of maybe painted white, but I think the brick is a little bit formal down there, and it's pretty impressive. It's a, it sort of stands out. All right, so did we do north?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
you're
just-
looking at it right now.
Okay, and then east. But it's not bubbled. It's not bubbled.
What's that?
Oh, just the porch material. It looks like it's clabbered again, and I thought it should be shingled.
Okay, yeah, I don't think that he's using any clapboard
No.
here. No, it's
Okay.
horizontal board, but it's not clapboard.
It's all, the main
porch
body of the house is all shingle, natural to weather. All the trims, cedar,
Oh.
natural to weather.
Oh, then I stand corrected. So the porch that Abby's talking about on the left-hand side doesn't have your little shingle rendering, so that is
No,
shingle?
it is shingle. The base of that is shingle. On the
Got
left-hand
it.
side, the base is shingle.
I stand corrected. I thought it was horizontal board.
No. The only horizontal board is those two wells
Yeah.
in the back, one of which is kind of tucked around the back of this. They're both in the backyard. Facing the corner of the street, you would only see shingle on both Austin Lock and Caroline Way.
Could I briefly see the west? Nobody's talking about the west. I think it's being left out. No, let's see. Oh my gosh. The only circle is the porch. Okay, so I guess there's nothing to be said. Thank you. That's all I got.
Okay, thanks, Abby. So Paolo, as
Yes.
one architect to another,
Yes.
I think that your details are great. I think that they're subtle. Yeah, they're different than you normally see, but I think that they're different in a subtle way that I actually really like and admire. So I think other than a couple of really, really basic things, the fact that the windows in that dormer are larger than any of the other windows, if you could just make them the same size as some other window,
Yep.
that would be fine. But everything else to me is, I think it's a really wonderful looking house, and I think that the changes are all fine. So
Thank you.
you don't have to please me on this one.
Thank you.
Well done. Okay, so it sounds like maybe we're going to move for some revisions on this.
I make a motion to hold for revisions,
Okay.
front
thank you.
door, windows.
Well, no, in point here, the front door was already approved.
Right.
That
The
that's
house was approved.
yeah. We're only addressing the things that are bubbled.
Oh, okay. I thought the front door was in the circle. Sorry.
No, it's just to the right of the bubbled area. Yeah. Anyway, so do you want to just motion for some revisions, Diane? That
Yes.
would be good. Okay. Okay, so Diane has moved for some revisions on that motion. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, thanks, Paolo.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to the highlight of the evening, which Mirka, are you there?
I am here.
All
Good
right.
evening. So, good evening. I'm ready. Are you guys ready?
We're
okay. So
ready.
this application is for a pool.
Mhm.
As you can see, the main house and guest house are approved, but I rotated slightly the guest house, so it's the pool and all inner landscape would be more enclosed, encapsulated from the public view. The one part which I know in the past was well received, you like on another project of mine, you like the idea of sunken element, which would allow for more screening of any hardscape in the Cisco area. Therefore, this proposal would be have the pool sunken between 18 to 24 inches, like a little short wall. So again, we gain more screening and privacy. Without be exposed to the neighbors. In general, the size of the pool is stated on the plan. It's a big pool, so I already expect the comments to the size, and I'm open to address them. It's 18 by 52, including spa in it. All hardscape is at grade. It's a combination of patio and bluestone patio and decks. And then part of the application is the boardwalk, which is practically on the top of the connector between the two structures, main house and guest house, and with the pergola between, which I can already sense there might be some comments as well. So I am open, I guess, to the comments of the board and neighbors, of course.
Okay. Was that you, John?
Yes, sir. I am at this. I'm at which end with this. Every time this comes on, I can't read them, and other people can't. People sitting home say, John, what happens to that? I don't know. But there's somebody on the board, not on the board, somebody working there should set this at one size and keep every application we can understand it. There are a couple of members who have said it to me.
All right, John. Well, it's
It's
a
hard
balance.
to do every
Yeah.
page at the same size.
We wouldn't be able to see everything all at once. But anyway, John, so we've blown it up a bit for you. How's that? Is that okay?
One more notch, we'll just about do it on the
Okay.
side, yes.
And while we're going up one notch, I do have a quick question for you, Mirka. You know, this idea of the sunken.
That one's fine.
Okay, great. Thanks, John. So I see the retainage that would sink the pool down, and I see that sort of wandering around, starting at the cabana, going down and around by the guest house, continuing over sort of in the direction of the main house. And then on the, let's see, if south is towards Caroline Way, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so if that's south, on the western side, you're not showing any retainage. Is that because grade sort of naturally slopes down there?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
The side average grade is around 18, but then it's kind of deep a little bit to 16 in that the corner of the property. So yeah, that grade there would be naturally sloping down.
Gotcha. Okay,
I
thank you.
try to keep it just against the structures and then work with the natural grades everywhere else.
Right. Okay, very good. Thanks. Okay, so now we're going to have the neighbors speak. Neighbors, you want to unmute and give us your name and address for the record, and then we'll hear your comments.
I can start. This is Susan Evans. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you just
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
I live at 6 Wall Street,
Okay,
and my property is into the northwest corner,
okay,
overlooking this massive structure of a house and a guest house, which I agree with other people on your committee that this is totally not keeping with the architecture of the area. But we're not discussing that now. One of the things that was brought to my
smaller
attention
aspects. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
was the fact that there's an endangered species done by the conservation, outlining that there's an endangered species of plants on this property. And there was specific areas that could be built and could not be built. And this was submitted to the historical committee. I think it was about 3 weeks ago. There was no comments that came back. So that's one of my concerns.
Well,
the other
okay.
concern is the fact that the way this is all designed is the fact that I am looking directly onto the pool. And my concerns are noise and light, artificial light and noise. The Erickses also own 5 Caroline Way, and there has been complaints of excessive noise at that pool. And actually, I think in the past, I'm not quite sure, but that could be looked into, that the police were notified. My concern is the fact that this noise and artificial light will be funneling to my home at 6 Wall Street. I have been at 6 Wall Street for 40 years. And, you know, I haven't ever experienced, you know, anything as far as the past neighbors, as far as noise or lighting, but I'm very concerned about the design here. I'm also concerned about the selection of the plants, where I don't know how many beach plums there are here, but though I looked it up, those plants grow to 20 feet tall, 18 to 20 feet. my whole view would be obstructed. And the indigenous plants are really seagrass and some pines that are dying out in the area. And there's 2 beach plum bushes in the conservation area, which abuts this, and that's it. So
Okay,
I'm concerned about that. That'll obstruct the views.
okay, thank you. So I want to say
Okay.
a few things. I want to say a few things here. MISA is the organization that's in charge of endangered species. We have nothing to do with that. We have nothing to do with sound. We have nothing to do with light. That is not what this board is about.
Okay.
We're not about views from private ways or private property. We're about views from publicly traveled ways. So those are the things. If anyone else, any of the other neighbors want to speak on this application, I want to hear about HDC related issues. That's it. No sound, no noise, no endangered species. That's it. Okay, so thank you for your comments. Anybody else from the neighborhood want to speak?
So, so clarify for me, so it's the design of the pool and the cabana and the pergola?
It's the design as seen from a public way. And right now, the cabana is not part of this application. I don't believe it is.
Okay.
Correct, Mirka? Is it the pool and the
Correct.
hardscape that we're looking at right at the moment?
Correct.
Right. No pergola?
Pergola is part of application.
Okay, where is the pergola?
The pergola is a part of the boardwalk. You can see the square.
Oh,
and
yeah. Yep, got it.
On the
Got it.
bottom left corner, there is a design
Yes.
of it.
See it. Okay. All right, so that's what we're reviewing right now. Any other neighbors would like to speak on this application? Okay.
I see somebody waving.
Oh, waving with the little hand thing?
No, in the picture waving, he's going like this.
Okay,
I
so,
think it's Matt Ayersman.
oh, Matt Ayersman, yeah. Can
Hi,
we
you
hear
guys.
you?
Can you hear me?
Oh, now we can, yeah,
Hi,
go
Matt.
ahead.
Hi, sorry, I was having trouble logging in. I missed the very beginning, and I'm not sure if you guys addressed the number of letters that came from neighbors or if you guys read any of them.
They're all, hey, Matt, just so you know, when those letters come into the office, one of the administrators disseminates those letters to all the board members in advance of the meeting. Yes.
Awesome. I wasn't sure if I missed it because I know in past meetings some of them have been read, and so I wasn't sure. I didn't want to be repetitive or redundant. But as I stated in one of the letters, this corner on Caroline Way and Austin Lock, to say it's historic is kind of an understatement. It's really a staple, and it's not the public beach at Cisco, which has the big parking lot, and there's a couple hundred cars on a nice day in August. This is more of an old time kind of a beach that's been used by both locals and visitors for half a century or more. And previously, these lots up until about 10 years ago, they were 3 separate lots, and through a lot of legal battles and things like that, it got joined, and there was big, ugly progression there. But this is, 2 lots brought into one. So it's oversized for Cisco by about 40% bigger than any other lot. And what's shown here is it really just blows me away. And it's on the corner, like I said, of Caroline and Austin Lock Way. There's absolutely no high vegetation whatsoever. It's visible from not just those roadways, but the entire neighborhood. And I know that we're focusing on pool, landscape, cabana, AKA outside bar. Let's not tiptoe around that. these cabanas are nothing more than outside bars and a 52-foot pool, which I've never heard of a 52-foot pool anywhere near here. I don't believe there are any. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the way this whole thing is set up with the main house, obviously a big house, the guest house, and the cabana, it's a giant courtyard. And as Susan previously alluded to a couple of minutes ago, the Erics own properties to the east, they own a property to the north. And I will say I probably shouldn't disclose this, but as president of the Cisco Civic Association, I received 8 noise complaints last year from this neighborhood, noise and behavior complaints. 7 of them came from an Eric property. That is the truth. This is going to be nothing but a problem for anybody in the surrounding area, neighbors, visitors alike. This is directly on top of the beach at the end of Austin Lock Way. If it could zoom back, I don't know if you can, to see the proximity to it's not even a parking lot, it's an extension of the road where people park. I mean, this is going to overlook, yeah, there you go. You can see it a little bit there.
Mhm.
It's so out of place. I don't know what other word to use. But you can also see, it's going to be the little boardwalk to the north, connecting the property to 19 Austin Lock Way. This is going to be nothing but a noisemaker. It's loud. It's obnoxious. I don't know what else can be said, but it doesn't fit. It just does not fit. And the natural vegetation is going to be almost all gone. And Susan alluded to the endangered species, which they are there. And I know that this is not the jurisdiction of the place to be talking about that. But a lot of the higher powers have kind of looked the other way with some of these issues. And it's really kind of sad for me to see. And I think the number of neighbors that wrote in, the number of letters really tells the story. Anybody who saw this plan, their eyes went wide open and said, oh my gosh, how is that possible that it can fit there? And it doesn't fit. It just simply doesn't fit. And my focus is mainly on the pool, the cabana, the guest house. It seems exorbitant to me, but I guess if zoning allows it, it's allowed. But I don't know. And Mirka said she was going to address the size of the pool, 52 feet. It's just, I don't know how long a tennis court is, but geez, that sure seems like a freaking tennis court size pool.
A tennis court is 120 feet long.
Okay, so half a tennis court. It's I don't know, Ray. A 52-foot pool. You guys see a lot more than I do.
I was just telling you how big a tennis court was. That's all.
No, I know, and I don't know. It doesn't fit. I wish that Tom and Kathy were on this meeting so that they could address some of these needs and wants that they have, that the architect and the landscape architect say the owner wants, but they're not. They're not involved. They certainly don't care. I can say that 1,000%. And I think that this needs to be, it's really fragile. This is a really fragile property area. And it should not be taken lightly. But that's all I have to say, right?
Okay, Matt, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak on this before I turn it over to the board members?
Would you guys like me to share the screen with some pictures or no of the site?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
that would be terrific. Yeah, that would be great. But in the meantime, is there anybody else from the in the queue here that wants to speak on this application before I turn it over to the board?
I'm ready.
Well, you're a board member, but I'll let you go first. It sounds like maybe we're there. But John, while you're speaking, Val is going to, these are site photographs.
This is the corner.
Uh-oh, somebody's feeding back. Let's see. Continue, Val.
Okay.
All right.
I'm just doing multiple different
Yeah.
views of it.
That's helpful. Somebody needs to mute because they're obviously doing a YouTube feed and it's doing a feedback loop. It went away. Thank you, whoever that was. Okay. John,
Yes, sir.
comments on the pool.
Okay, could you, that's the lot I'm looking at, am I correct?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the lot, John. Yep.
Okay, there's 3 large houses in the picture, okay.
Well, the big empty one, of course, is where all this stuff's going. So that's at the corner of Austin Lock and Caroline Way.
Right, I was
Yeah.
up there a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the north elevation, please.
Well, John, I think this is a pool application, so we're mainly looking at this site plan. Okay,
If you can bring it up to the notches, yes.
sure can. How's that?
No, it's too, it doesn't show up that large on my screen. I got a 19-inch screen, I think.
Well, but
Small one.
is
Yeah.
this a good size for you, John?
No, not for my computer. All right, they're right there. That's fine.
Okay, good.
Okay. The main house. You're gonna do, what are you gonna do first? Main
No,
house?
no. What
Oh,
we're reviewing right now, John, is the pool.
Okay, all right. My comment in the pool is 18 by 52
Correct.
with integrated spa. That's down the end of it. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the purpose of the fieldstone wall?
So,
Is it retaining wall?
yeah, so John, the pool is sunken down with respect to the grade around it. So that's a retaining wall holding back 2 feet of earth so that the pool can be sunken down a little bit.
All right, that is a big pool. It's a nice size. Is a swimming pool, pool equipment, is that in the cabana or next to the cabana?
It's behind, yeah, it's behind the cabana.
Behind it, okay.
Mhm.
The boardwalk at grade. Typical, okay. Now, we're not gonna discuss the main house or the guest house, am I correct?
No, we just looked at some revisions to the main house, but that's all behind us now. So it's just the pool.
All right, yeah, the cabana, has that been approved?
I don't know if
No,
it's been
no.
approved or reviewed, but it's not part of this application anyway.
I don't recall it, but maybe you should
No.
find out about that too before we do anything else. That's
No,
my-
it wasn't,
Okay,
just to correct.
all right.
Well, what did she say?
It
She
was
said
not
it hasn't been
approved.
reviewed yet.
It's a placeholder.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're gonna have a cabana, I'd like to see the files.
Well, but they don't have it yet, John. It's not yet designed.
Okay,
And
do the pool and that's it.
Correct.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, I think the visibility is very low on this plot here. It's, I know right now it's wide open, but when it gets through with what's required here for coverage and all that, if all that is put on that property, you probably will not see the pool. So that's my comment there. The pool sits out there. If they want to cover it up a little bit more, that's their business. Thank you.
Okay, John, thank you.
oh my God.
Let's see.
I know.
Wait, who said, oh my God?
Me,
Everybody.
You want to go next, Val?
no.
Oh, okay. Diane, how about you?
Why not? Why not?
Why
First of all,
not?
the pool is too big. Pool is 18 by 52. This is Cisco. It is not out where the people have a trotting team to go around it. This is too big for this lot. It shouldn't be that big. It should be 18 by 40 at the largest. I would like to see what they're going to dig up. If you look at the pictures that Val had, there's no greenery, there's no trees, there's no nothing on this lot. It's just the way it's supposed to be. It's grown in sand, and that's what's there. I would have great doubt that what she has put around here would grow where it is proposed, because the winter storms come from the southwest, and this hit Caroline Road Street the first thing. Otherwise, there would be more vegetation growing there if it could sustain it. I would like to know also, I would like to see a lighting plan. You say we don't do lighting. I don't know. I've been on the HCC longer than any of you have been here. I go back to when Dirk Roggeveen was chairman, and we met at the school. And Libby,
I think maybe John has you beat, Diane.
yeah, he probably does.
I think he does,
But
but
I'm second.
yeah.
So here I am.
Yeah.
And Lucy doesn't have, built her house or bought her house on Liberty Street. And in order to get approval of COA, we reviewed her lighting. It's not lighting out on the street. It's not street lights. It is what's surrounding the walks and the house, not on the front of the houses. It's what goes along the walkway. We are part of Dark Skies. It is part of the HDC mission is Dark Skies, and we are completely ignoring it. I see nothing about what and how it's going to be lit. And I would like to also know when we ever stopped reviewing landscape lighting, because I never voted for it to be removed. And as I say, I've been on for a fairly long time, maybe not as long as John, but second to that.
Definitely.
It has to be reduced down. I'd like to see, unfortunately, I'd like to see it made a little smaller. I'd like to see the guest house so I can see what's on what is, it still doesn't have it. The writing goes down too far.
Hang on. What are you looking to see, Diane?
I'm trying to see what between the guest house and the pool is something.
Oh,
Pool patio.
yeah.
It's a
Well,
patio.
I don't,
Oh, you know what? Okay, whoever is cursing the machine, there's these two little blue dots. I think that Diane is looking for the language that is down below. There you go. That's it. Bluestone patio.
right, and a 36-inch picket fence, pergola, which I don't see any details. I'd like to see what it looks like, square.
It's on the plan, on the bottom
I
left.
see the plan, but I don't see the sides of it. I don't see it in elevation.
I'm sorry, Dan, it's on the plan. If they move the plan, I don't know who is controlling it. It's on the plan.
It's
part of
just
the.
a picture, Diane. It's not
No.
the drawing.
No, it's right there. The drawing is right there in the left corner.
That is the
Pergola.
pagoda.
It's just
Pergola.
four posts with a grid of wood lattice on the top of it.
Oh, well, I don't see that. I see a bluestone patio and boardwalk grade.
No, to the left of that, Diane. The
That's as far,
drawing. See how it says pergola floor plan and
yeah,
elevation?
I would like to see the elevation of it. Is that such a bad thing to ask for?
No, you're looking at it though.
No, I
So the
think she
top-
means on the plan itself, where this whole pergola is going and with the elevation within the site plan by the pool, so we could see exactly
Yeah,
where
so
it
if we go
is.
back to the site plan, now that we've looked at that. by the way, Diane has the floor.
I think we need less. What is surrounding the pool? Is that green lawn? What is that square blue thing in the middle?
That doesn't really belong there, yeah.
Now it's gone again. I
Yeah.
think that if this is part of the landscaping, which I understand we are reviewing, it is our business. If it has plants that are under MISA, we should know about it. We would not be following our rules to approve something that was against the rules.
Well, Diane,
Yep,
so all houses need to have like a septic system, right? I mean, if they're not on sewer,
right?
Correct,
is that correct?
correct, yeah.
Do we
And that
review
is
septic
in the
plans?
zone-
Do we review septic plans? Does the HDC review septic?
No, we don't.
No, it
Ray.
doesn't, because another authority reviews the septic plan. So MISA is a statewide authority that has jurisdiction over any endangered plant or flora or fauna. And they have very strict rules about where you can build and not build, and you can't disobey those rules. They come from the state.
Can I
So-
just see a report of their application to MISA?
All right, well, yeah, and when it comes to my turn, I want to see the septic plan.
I don't even see the septic plan here.
It doesn't matter because it's underground and it's not part of our jurisdiction, but continue.
No, forget it. Forget it.
Okay, are you finished?
Finished, I am indeed.
All right, thank you. Abby?
I've been thinking about this, and I think the only way to get more of the naturalness that people are talking about is to bring in the vegetation right up to the house and leave the rest to nature. I think it's if you could decrease that bubble around the house, you would.
You mean less lawn, right, Abby?
Less lawn and bring in your vegetation right into the house. So it like we screened fences for swimming pools, we'll screen the house a bit, just bring that right in to the house and let the nature of Cisco be around it instead of saying, the other thing is, of course, reduce the pool by, I would say 10 feet. And again, bring it in on the sides so that when you're driving by Caroline Way or Austin Lock, you're going to see what's there now. They don't tamper with the surrounds of the lot. It's there. They've got the boardwalks going this way and that to enjoy it themselves in a quiet way. So they're not missing out on their whole estate there. So that would be my concept. If you get my drift, no pun intended.
I'm sure she did. She being Mirka.
Every word, Abby, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so Val, I think it's to you, right?
Okay. Well, I think that our mission as a commission is to take into consideration, I've said this before, the character and setting of different specific neighborhoods and areas. And that we need to start thinking about protecting these scenic vistas and areas that are so precious to our community. This is a public area where people come from all over the place to go to the beach and enjoy the beach and the beach atmosphere. Cisco Beach is a land bank property on the South Shore, and it draws people there constantly because of its ideal conditions, and it's a beach that people can't wait to get to. It's low-lying vegetation, scrub brush, and everybody tries or has in the past to keep the clearings and alterations to the natural vegetation to a minimum, and to keep it not looking fragmented and not looking like the haves and the have-nots. Pools have created a problem since they've been allowed out here, because along with pools comes our caveat. Can't be seen at time of inspection and thereafter. So what does that involve? That involves fences, screening the fences. And out here, fences are really an anomaly. They're split rail fences. This property has a split rail fence. I see that because I blew this up and looked at it prior. There's a lot of things on this that are incongruent to the area. There's a picket fence. There's no fence to screen this property or the pool area from the public vista. There's a huge amount of hardscape patios, which I know you can't see because of the, it's on Zoom and it's really light and all that. I was confused about the size of the pool because the site plan that went along with the house changes said 25 and this said 52. So you've clarified that it's 52, which, let's face it, is really too big when you only have to go a few feet.
25 must have been a transposition error.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I think we're then starting to also screen pools with buildings. So we have all these little buildings cropping up in an area that, when it was initially conceived by the developer, wasn't even going to have second dwellings. Now, I know that cat's out of the bag, but I just want to say it because it speaks to what historic Cisco is and should be. I think the hardscape is too formal. It's too manicured in this pristine beachscape. The boardwalks connecting everything and a pergola as a halfway point, as we know, are connecting the underground connection. I guess the boardwalk is probably okay. I'm not sure about the pergola. It's just one more added hard structure on a site that is very open from everywhere. The fieldstone walls in this area are not typical. Now, I did drive around and there are a few. The few that I saw were at the dead ends of Mattapoisett and Sakatcha, and not on a very public corner like this. It seems as though when people are using fieldstone or anything like that out there, which there's not a lot of, they're using it more to line maybe a parking area or a planting bed. So it would be good to probably try and eliminate that. I said too much patio, and the pool equipment is in back of a building that doesn't exist. So that begs the question, how is that going to be screened? And I just think we really need to ask different owners or clients that come in to really just stop and think about where they're putting down their roots, and to consider their neighbors, consider Nantucket, and consider our mission, and really try to fit in. That's my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Val. Well, the only thing I have to add is I wish that somebody would float a warrant article out there that would ban pools. Because this is something that's going to continue to come up. So should we have a motion to
motion to hold for revisions?
Sounds good to me, Val. Thanks a lot. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Yeah, I did want to say one more thing, but
Oh,
I'm
go ahead.
so tired. Well, I think if there is going to be a pool and it's reduced, it should be brought into the house. Looking right down the driveway at it is to Val's point and everybody's point that it's going to have to be screened. You've got to.
Do you mean bring it close, pull it closer to the house?
I think so, and make it smaller. See how there's a beeline right for the pool from the driveway? I don't know how you can mitigate that, actually.
Got it.
but that's something, America, you're gonna have to deal with, because it is, looking right down the drive.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Okay,
the motion.
let's see. So Abby was a yes on the motion
Revision.
for revisions, and John?
Yeah.
Still with us, John? John? John, I see. Oh, John, you're muted, friend. You gotta unmute. Can somebody else unmute John for him?
I've tried to unmute him, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I just want to have his vote register. Somebody other than, oh, there he is. John, you're unmuted. So the motion is to hold for revisions. Are you in favor of that motion?
Yes.
John?
Yes, he said yes.
He said yes? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor too. Okay, so that concludes our program for this evening. The rest will be carried over till Thursday. But before we go our separate ways, maybe we could approve some minutes for Terry. Does that sound like a good idea?
Sure.
Oh, we just need to approve for January 11th. That's it.
So moved.
Motion,
Okay, Diane has made a motion to approve the minutes of January 11th. On that motion, Val,
aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
very good. And Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Very good. And I'm in favor too. Okay, anything else we need to discuss before we adjourn?
No.
No?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to remind or inform the commission and the public about the shingles that you all discussed, and that we
Oh,
do have
yeah.
a forum available and there's a process. So if anybody has any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Yeah, hey, thanks for getting all that together. And I think
Are
earlier.
those
in the-
wood shingles, by the way?
What?
They're wood, they're just stained.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
They're white cedar. They just, for some reason, you can get stained ones, but you can't get natural ones.
They can
Why?
charge more
No
money.
idea.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's totally crazy. But so I don't know whether I told you guys earlier in the meeting, but I was talking to a builder this morning about it, and he said by April, the supply chain will be back in action and we'll be able to be getting them again. So this is definitely a short-term measure. Hey, guys, let's all enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you all so much. And we'll talk to you again on Thursday, right?
All right,
Somebody want to move for, what do they call it? Adjournment, something like that?
Yeah, I'll do something like that.
Well, wait, we're supposed to let John do it. Hey, John,
He's got his pajamas on.
John, what do you
Yes.
think? Should we adjourn?
Why? Yeah, you won't get anything done.
Aye, thank you.
You haven't had enough fun yet this evening?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
John made a motion to adjourn. And Val's in favor. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Aye.
John on your motion?
One comment,
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
4 hours now, and we have done 17 applications. We're way behind.
Oh, we haven't actually done 17 because a lot of them got carried over.
Thank you,
So,
Ray.
yeah, I know. Not the fastest night ever. Okay, John, thanks. Night. Everybody sleep well.
God bless
See
you,
you on-
America.
See you on Thursday. Bye.